Hey, you guys, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. I'm late. Give me just a few more seconds. Hang out with me. We're going to have a really cool discussion. I really want to get into it. I want to invite you guys up. Let's panel it out. And I will be right back. Oh, thank you, Bougie Bar. Thank you, Purple Lover, for coming. I appreciate y'all so much. I'll be right back. Hey, you guys, thank you so much. I'm telling you, I appreciate y'all. Just for a moment, please chat amongst yourselves, and I'm gonna be right back. Oh, it's not. We're gonna do it, Bougie. Hold on. Hey, can you guys hear me all right? Let me know. All right. Can you guys hear me at all? Am I on? Let me see. Oh shoot. Yeah. It's on. Okay, great. Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank y'all for waiting. I appreciate it. You guys are great. We're gonna get into this. I'm gonna jump on cam in a little while, but I wanted to talk about this um, because it has such it's something that needs to be talked about amongst Black women. Period. Whether you are heterosexual, whether you are queer, trans, however you identify, the only way that we are going to survive as a community, because the Black community is more than just Black heterosexual men, Black heterosexual women. Um, we have a lot of our children who identify as uh, different things, different people. And I wanted to get into it because unfortunately, you hear it and it's just like what has happened to us. Yes, Black women are being unalived. Thank you, unalived at a horrible rate. And the sad part about it is that when you try to really have this discussion, there's a problem. There's a problem religiously, and there's a problem morally that puts us in that place where we feel like, okay, this is wrong. This isn't right. Um, I was raised Christian. I was raised under Baptists, and they put a lot of strain on you in that sense. Like there is a very high level of you need to be this person at any given time. And so I believe as a person who is building a community, I cannot sit here and go, oh well, only these kind of people. We've already gone through that. We live that every day. So why do we do it to each other? And I'm glad. Thank you guys for showing up because I want to talk about how we feel about Black women and how we feel about Black trans women. They're still human beings. They still live in their lives. They're not abominations. They're not things. They're not it. They're human beings who decide to identify in a different way. And why is that such a problem? It's such a problem that other human beings feel that they have the right to take their lives. And we ignore that. We want to throw out things like, well, that's, they can't be a woman because blah blah blah. Okay, I want to dissect that because none of us asked to come here. We are imprinted as to what we should and shouldn't do. And then in a heartbeat, we're supposed to believe others, but not believe ourselves. So it puts us again in this place where why do we care so much? Why do we care that someone, a human being, another life has decided to identify in a different way? Is it really taking anything away from us as Black women? We're told that we're this and we're that. You don't come into the world and go, I'm Black. Nobody nobody does this. We've all been imprinted. And so I hope that I can have this conversation with other sisters and we can make some things pop off. I don't want to sit up here and just talk, run my mouth. So if you'd like to, please, I'd love to discuss this with you or whoever may come up and go over some things that I'm really alarmed that I knew it was bad. However, it's worse than what we thought. And these are other human beings that are from our community. And I think that it's coming to that place of awakening for everyone, but with that comes tragedy, because then you have to see things that you didn't want to see. So let me get this link down because I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Let me go ahead and do this. Wow. Copy the link. And I'm going to drop this in here. Come on up. Come on up. But so while I'm waiting, I want to talk about a few things. I'm going to bring a few things up if that's cool, because I want to show you guys what I found. Um, as you saw on my thumbnail, these are women who have lost their lives for what? Why? Did they deserve to be unalived because they look a certain way or they're not the expectation of it? I'm ready to have that conversation. I hope you are too. Give me just a second. Uh, I got to get some background music or something. Or I think my internet is lagging, so I apologize. Give me just a second here. All right, guys. Can you guys still hear me? Am I lagging at all or breaking up? Please let me know. Let's see here. I'm going to pull up a few things that I found that really was disturbing, you know? That, like I said, and for those of you who know my mantras, the part that makes me the saddest is the fact that we pretend as though um, these these particular issues aren't our issues. You know, that it is separate, and that's not true. It's not true at all. Um, of course, you start with yourself, of course, but I think for too long we have been told that, oh, mind your business, mind your business. And it's like to our detriment. Like it's the same thing as if a woman is in an abusive relationship and we don't want to get into, well, what if she want to stay with him? So what? Some people need that push. They need that help. Let me just, it was something I wanted to look at. Okay, here we go. Okay. So I don't know if anybody is familiar. I love Vice. Like that's my thing. So I wanted to show you guys what they are doing. Truth in doubt, if you have something to say about what we're talking about and you bring in a positive vibe, I don't care if you a man. Like that. I don't know that until you tell me. So, you're more than welcome. The link is there. You're more than welcome to come up. I am going to show this quick video real quick before I bring anybody on. Yes, I love Vice. I'm addicted. So let me share my screen with you guys. Okay. It's not gonna okay, hold on. All right. Here we go. Share screen. Here we go. Great. Okay, so I'm about to bring this up. It's real quick, it's like 7 minutes. So I just want to kind of have a kickoff as to what's going on, outside of our bubbles. And it does it will affect us all. Because to me, I feel like if they're ready to start making laws and rewinding things, I don't know why anybody would think that, things are going to stay the same for everybody because they're not. It's not. It's not at all. We have to start paying attention. All right, guys, let me know if you can hear it. Okay, I'm going to start it here. I don't hear it either. Hold on. No. Let me see what's going on. You don't see the link here. I'll put it in again. There you go. Okay. Let's go. Let's do some stuff. But we got to have sound. It's not muted. Why it's got to be like that when you're trying to do something? Okay, hold on. Maybe it's me. No. Okay, hold on, guys. Bear with me. Thank you so much. I'm still. Here we go. Okay, can you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that at all? I'm gonna make sure you guys can hear it. Okay.
Juniper Curtis. How may I help you again? Basically, I'm transgender in Florida, so we just had the Medicaid ban and was trying to figure out what's covered now, what's not.
Juniper Curtis is 23 years old and working for a software company to put herself through college, where she's studying psychology.
Oh, that's a ban on authorization for transgender patients. Yeah.
Thank you for coming, Bougie. Purple, you can't hear it? Hold on, I'm gonna try again.
Juniper came out as trans 2 years ago. Shortly after, started treatment that doctors use to help patients who experience gender dysphoria, the overwhelming disconnect between their gender identity and sex assigned at birth.
I tried so hard for so long to make what people thought I was supposed to be work. I decided instead I would just attempt to end my own life. And sort of came to the acceptance that it couldn't be worse to go through trying to transition, no matter how like hard it would be.
What was it like when you started hormones?
As close to magic as I think anything can be. Within a day or two of being on them, just everything felt correct.
On August 21st, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' administration cut all Medicaid coverage for gender affirming care, the very treatment that Juniper describes as magic.
So, um, okay, okay. Thank you, Purple. See, that's what I'm talking about. Now, that's for thank you. I don't yeah, I'm having issues with my audio. I'm gonna get me a better setup. Anyway, so to to that, here is a young person who is trying to make their own way. And here's another human being that makes the decision to take away a person's ability to take care of themselves. For what reason? What's the reason? And it's so sad and disgusting. And I just wanted to show that part of it because it's like, who are you to take this away from people? How, when I look around and see the things that are happening, it makes me very worried for our community, period. It's power. And you're right. People can be helpful, hateful, purple. Yes. They want to cause pain, truth, and doubt. I mean, when we when we decide to do these things to other people, for what reason? And I find it interesting that people think I'm out of my mind because I actually like people in certain instances. I want to see people in peace and have joy and be comfortable and be able to raise their families and to live on this earth the way we were intended to, but of course, use the technology to make it even better. However, you have people who just want to see the world burn. So for me, right. For me, what I'm led to do or feel that I'm led to do is to assist in bringing awareness that there's more to the black community than some made up gender war. You come here and it is a sex that is assigned to you, right? Then the other things are things that happen to be. You happen to be Hispanic or you happen to be black because the people before us have decided who we are. And when we started breaking away from that, there was a problem. There always has been a problem. That's why there were suffragettes. That's why women fought against oppression. That's why slaves fought back. Nobody wants to be pushed into a corner for no apparent reason other than they exist. And that's the sad part because they exist. And that's how we feel as well. Like you it's crazy because it's the oppression is layered. It's like I come here to follow these roles that have been given to us, right? Don't they say, like it was a saying, like how did it go? That we all are players. You know what I mean? In this play, we all have our parts. And I'm gonna give myself a little pat on the back. I was a playwright. I actually had a play go from the my mind to paper to actual fruition where people were acting it out. And you know what I thought? I thought to myself, this is what people do. There's one or few people who come up with a decision. And if they have the power and the ability to sway the majority of people, thank you, Purple, then this is what I'm giving you a new part. Here's your new part. You are now this particular person, or you're this color, or you are poor or you are rich. These are titles. Because as human beings, we can be swapped out. One day somebody could be wealthy, the next day somebody could be living in a tent on in the grass and in the woods. But I digress. Yes. Yes, we are. I agree with you. We all have been. That's why I said parts in a play. The 1% who got here by doing those particular things, truth and doubt, have now put us in positions where we have to pick a lane. We don't have a choice. And now we're all being farmed, right? Because this whole we need to have more babies. Who gonna keep people rich? Which is interesting to me because this money circulates. It's not like it's new money. It it is really crazy. Let me see what's going on. I'm gonna refresh. Hold on. Just hang on. Yeah, because it's going slow for me too. So hold on. Okay, we Hey everybody. Is it doing a little better now? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, it is very simple. However, we don't want to see that. We want to put a lot of dressing on some nasty food. That's it. We keep trying to layer it up and the whole nine. So it's like, when do we stop? And I feel like being that there's already marginalized people, now we want to marginalize a smaller marginalized group. And it just continues to go on because we're so caught up in what we have to do in our lives. We're constantly busy trying to pay a mortgage, trying to pay the rent, trying to keep your job, trying to decide what you're going to eat. And I don't have time to worry about the world. I got to worry about myself and my family, or myself and myself. However, again, we don't do anything alone. Not one damn thing. I couldn't be talking to you guys on YouTube if somebody didn't come up with this. I didn't create this. I didn't create TikTok. You know what I mean? Somebody's ideas benefit us, but yet and still we have made up in our mind that we can marginalize a group of people within a marginalized group already. We want to hurt people. We want to take their lives. Let me get back on track. There's something else I wanted to show you guys. And the reason I even wanted to talk about this too is because, again, when I think about community, when I think about building, when I think about these things, I believe for the safety of those, we need our own communities. Just hands down. That's it. Because I don't think people want to stop being hateful and being angry. I just watched this thing where this man chased this woman down on the freeway and unalived her for road rage. That's it. And those are the things that put us in these horrible positions of, well, what did they do? What do you mean, what did they do? You don't have the right to take my life because you think, oh, this is okay, because you don't like it. But that's what we've gone through, and we're doing it to our people. Like, this is crazy to me. And then it disappoints me that black women, and I'm gonna say it, that some black women decide that, oh, well, they're not women. Can you even describe what a woman is? Aren't we all different types? Don't we want to be respected as okay, I'm this person and I'm that person. And I was blown away. I was blown away. And this has been going on for so long. And this was just a couple months ago. Okay? This is like 2 months ago. And I'm looking at about, yeah, this is sad. But I'm going to bring it up cuz I want to talk about it. I'm be real. I want to know why. Okay. They might take my video down. I'm up here wilding. Let me see here. Let me share my screen with you guys. Okay. Purple, let me know if you can hear me. And I'm gonna play this video. You said it was really low. So hold on, let me see. Okay.
Powerful moments as members of the community gathered to remember Brazil Johnson. She was a transgender woman, and her loved ones say that she was a fierce advocate and fighter for the health and safety of the LGBT community here in Milwaukee. That's why this loss hurts so much. Dozens of loved ones coming with heavy hearts. Each person there to remember Brazil Johnson, a transgender woman shot and killed near Teutonia and Garfield on June 15th. Why? That's my question. Why? Why would you do that? According to friends of
Now that's just one of many that have just been. Oh, hey, how you doing? I'll bring you up in just a second. It's just one of many. And I want to, really try to understand why. Uh-oh, I got a party. Let's do this. All right, guys. Let me remove this. Hold on, and I will bring you guys up. Hey.
Hey,
Hello.
Hello.
Chocolate. Hey.
Hey. Thank you guys for coming up. I'm really not that narcissistic that I want to keep talking to myself. So thank y'all for coming up. And like I was saying, the reason I wanted to talk about this is because it is part of our community. These human beings, we have made a decision that their lives are not worth investigating, taking care of, protecting. And it goes into the same thing that black women are facing as well. Who is protecting us? So it's like we really do have to be honest about it and tell the truth. So I would love, you guys' input. I got one more person to bring up. Hold on. Hey, Purple.
Hi, sweetie. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Hello.
You've been holding me down. I appreciate you so much.
Oh, you're so welcome.
All right. So so I'm going to say your name again, sir. I don't want to tear it up. Is it Ismite?
Oh yeah, Israelite. Yeah.
Ismite. Okay. Go ahead. Tell me what you're thinking. What do you have to say?
Well, I mean, I know that here I am, a white 50-year-old man,
You're white?
and a lot of oh yeah,
Okay.
He real white. I've talked to him before. He brought
yeah.
his
I'm from
presents
Texas,
to
South
us
Texas.
before. He was good. He just got one of the guests hot. That's all.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm from Houston.
Okay, I'm from Dallas. So yeah, I'm like, you sound a little bit southern. That's why I was just asking.
Mhm. Well, as part of the quote unquote protected class, I never really felt protected myself. I went to an all black school before my father died when I was a kid, and I grew up very poor, and I was pretty much beat down. And I understand this idea of wanting to be protected, and I hear the same thing from white supremacists where they talk about, being a minority in the world worldwide and wanting that white nationalism and stuff like that for the same thing that you just said, chocolate, where like who's gonna protect us and where's our unity and why don't we all just get together and create this safe
Well,
space for each.
yeah, I do want to say to you though, I'm not just to put that out there, I'm not unrealistic to everybody getting on the plane. I am just trying to reach out to as many like-minded people as possible. Because if you're not,
Right.
it'll show. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
Mhm.
people can only keep
Well,
up keep it up.
you were talking
Yeah.
about, you were asking the question why.
Right.
Why are some people like this?
Why
Why
do
do they
we
want
have
to go?
such right? Why do we have so much why do we condemn
Mhm.
trans
And you also
women?
said that you think that people like to hurt people. You think
Yeah,
that
I
people
do.
like, uh, and they do. There is no doubt
Mhm.
about it.
Oh yeah. I think that we want to pretend, and I'm not saying us up on the panel. I just hear and see that people want to pretend and put blinders on, that this isn't
Mhm.
something
Yeah.
that is important.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I don't care. And it's like to put that, it's like I feel is this point in America over the past years, and now here we are. And it's almost like you are divvying up the cake till there's almost nothing there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
everything is a divide. Men and women, we don't like each other. White and black folks, we don't like each other. The Mexicans
But
don't like
but isn't
black people.
is
You know what I
isn't
mean?
that
It's
the
just
reason?
chaos.
Isn't that what the government is supposed to do? Is create chaos so that you
Yeah.
ask for more protection and you give up
Right.
more freedoms and you give up more danger so that you can be protected and safe.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah,
what
but
they
it's
that's
already
what they
too late now. They're passing purge laws in Illinois. They're passing laws where the police are not going to intervene if a life is taken. So we're getting to the point if people don't start protecting themselves or getting with like-minded people to form some type of neighborhood protection, then everybody's life, including kids, are going to be at stake. And I think if they're going to pass
well,
that purge law in Illinois, who's to say that they won't start it in other states to kind of benefit off of it? Because the
yes.
bottom feeders are going to attack each other, and when we start attacking each other, we can't get to the people in the higher ups. If we could, everybody would march down there right now and go attack those people, but we're just not in the society to do that because I seen a stat that said over 50% of the population owns only 1% of the world wealth.
That's
So
right.
even if we did
Right.
get together, it wouldn't really, benefit off of us. So we're gonna have to get to
Well,
a
even
point.
even if you did get to them and eliminate them, it would be just like the drug cartels where you just create a vacuum and someone
Exactly.
else
It
can.
would still bend into chaos. It would probably turn into the Wild Wild West.
And
So
it's
we're
it's
gonna
just like
It
Chocolate
already is,
said.
baby.
People love chaos. People don't love uh peace and love and happiness because that's boring,
Yeah.
right? And so they want this drama, and I don't think it's necessary, but I think it is something that people don't focus on, and maybe it's just a evolution. Like maybe it's just that we've been so used to chaos that it's just grew into our behavior
Yeah, I think it
patterns or
has to
whatever.
do more with like the programming that the government does, because
Right.
you know media does brainwash you, and they've been doing studies since the 50s on how to
Oh yeah.
brainwash people, and like the homes where kids were sent off and never to be seen again, like in the asylum. They would do
Hmm.
brainwashing things and play things in their heads to make them think a certain way or act
Very
a certain
sad.
way, and they're
Very
basically just
sad.
doing it to the masses, and it's been too
Yeah.
long. Unfortunately, a lot of people do like drama because that's how they're programmed, unfortunately.
The one thing, the one thing that I always
Hey, you
wonder
guys,
is
give me one
where are the.
second.
All right.
Can we? I just want Purple to jump in real quick and throw in what she got to say, and then come back to you. Okay? Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. A lot of this has to do with people accepting the programming. Just because it's offered up to you on a silver platter doesn't mean that you have to take it.
That's right.
And let's be honest, people, it's not that you can't affect a change and go after the elite and do all that. The reality is, most people will not want to do that because they're invested in maintaining the status quo as well.
That's what I was fixing to say.
So, you know, it's not that, for one thing, they have fully convinced people that they're powerless, that the elites have more power than they have in actuality. It's the bully in the playground scenario. Because people are so
Hmm.
used to seeing the bully in the playground and they're so used to seeing how overtake everybody, nobody attempts to overcome him anymore.
That's right.
And that's basically what this is.
That's
Because
right.
part of the whole thing about doing the purge law is simply to create an atmosphere of fear, because when you're in fear, your immunity is compromised, your ability to critically think is compromised. So
Right.
it promotes the status quo. And the whole
Yeah.
reason for dividing you is because as long as you're looking at one another, you're not looking at them. And they learned
So
that a long time ago that the
can I
best
ask
way to
you?
maintain, go ahead.
Can I ask you? Have you ever been in a state of fear that you had to overcome?
Yes, I have. Definitely
It's
have.
very. It's like fear is so immobilizing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to. You don't want to take that next step. But if you'll just do it, a lot of times you'll find that the next step is even easier. But it's so hard just to get past that immediate fear.
Yeah, because I was wired a little bit different. Anything that I tended to fear, I tended to force myself to deal with. I used to have a
Right.
fear of snakes. I still don't like
Oh
blood
yeah.
critters, but
Oh
I'm
yeah.
no
I know that's
longer
right.
I'm no longer afraid of them. I actually went to when I was down in Florida. They had like a gator place where they had like gators and snakes and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
I took that as an opportunity to confront that fear head on. And when I touched the snake, it was just really weird feeling. And I was like,
Yeah.
okay, it's just
Yeah.
weird feeling, but girl, you'll
I
survive.
think a lot of people have the fear of losing status or the fear of speaking in public and being wrong or being ridiculed or being humiliated. I think that's what pretty much stops people in their tracks more than actual physical violence.
Well, for one thing, the culture changed after 9/11. It was promoted that if you're not for us, you're against us. The ability to critically think was no longer encouraged. It was actually discouraged from that point on. If you did not go with the storyline that the government provided, then you were seen as part of the problem. Even though critically thinking, looking at situations like that and saying, what we're being told and what we're actually looking at doesn't line up. That was the
Well,
whole problem. So,
chocolate brought up the fact that people are so overwhelmed with work
mhm.
and just trying to get by and survive that they just don't have time or the energy think, and don't want to think because it causes, in my opinion, it causes cognitive dissonance, and dissonance is exhausting. It makes you feel inferior. It makes you feel weak. It makes you feel like you're
It makes you
stupid
feel
or whatever. And
hopeless. Yeah.
it's so
Well,
easy to
yeah.
go along to get along.
Well, because
But
it's been, to Purple's point, like it's been imprinted on us. We say this about
Right.
children, but yet and still we condone it as adults. We
Yeah.
tell children, "Oh, don't cuss, don't do that in front
Hmm.
of such and such.
Hmm.
That's not the right thing to do." But however, when we become adults, again, a title, right? We're just getting older. A
Well,
lot of us are chronologically
a
the
lot of us are
age.
still stuck in adolescence. I mean, I'm stuck in
Exactly,
the 80s.
exactly. Ain't nothing wrong with the 80s. 80s was good. 90s was even better. But it's just like I look at, I'm so glad that I did decide to come out on YouTube and meet different people and learn about the different things that were going on in the world, because when you get to see that, I got to see that as the different careers I've had in my life. I've had to pick myself up, dust off, and reinvent myself to survive. And that, I think, is what life is about. However, I also look at human beings making choices. No one has to do anything unless you are being held hostage or you are
That's
being
right.
tortured. However, when you
Well,
get up and
even if you are, you're still free in your mind. You
Yeah,
still.
you gotta
exactly,
understand people have free will. So unfortunately everybody's
exactly.
not gonna be like minded. Because if everybody was like minded, the world wouldn't look the way it does. It wouldn't have turned out. Global warming, they're saying there's not going to be drinking water in the next 50 years. And that's pretty scary. And there's tons of food shortages going on. There's
Oh
one in my
yes.
state in Texas going on right now. And my mom's just telling me, like, you know what? I don't care if you have everything you need. I'm just gonna send you extra stuff anyway because, I don't really. Even if there's a food shortage, I'm okay because I know how to finance. But a lot of people aren't okay. They have larger families, and I know supplies will run out really fast for them, and it's just sad because there's nothing we
Have you?
can do until we group together and find a change, or just take down the upper class because they own 85% of the
Well,
wealth, and that's a lot.
I mean, and
Well.
I want to hit on that, Chanel, because it's like when
Hmm.
I started looking at real estate, right? I started really learning as much as I could about land ownership, because that piece of
Hmm.
that dollar in your hand, the
Right.
only reason it has worth is because
Hmm.
of Fort Knox, our relationships
Hmm.
with other countries, minerals, our GDP, the ability to produce. And see, the one thing that hangs over America's head, and we want to act like it's going to last forever, is that we don't produce anything anymore. We
Nope.
were
Everything's made
producers
in
of our
now.
own, right? That we were producers of our own food, our own clothing, and like I said,
Well,
You're going out,
one
chocolate.
percent. Oh no, because I'm talking about something real. They try to take me down. It's the Illuminati.
They tried to cut us off.
Right. Okay. Look. Hold it down real quick. I'm down.
All
okay.
right.
all
Well,
right.
yeah. Let's talk about it. If I think that the upper class, not only do they have the wealth, but they also have easier access to education, making them way smarter and easier to get things done. They can pass laws, and really the political thing. It's all about who knows who. You can't really get in unless you fit in or unless you know somebody. So the 1% of us, we really don't get to get in those higher ups conversations. So we really don't know what they're talking about. All we can really is infer what they're talking about through the plans and the programming that they're putting out. And by then, if when we notice, it'll be already too late because there's going to be people affected by what they put out, and it's going to make it way harder, for us to
So,
kind of deprogram those people to get back on the right track, because again, everybody
So
has free will, so
But
everybody's
have you
not
ever
going to be on the train.
you don't have to
have you ever
deprogram everybody. You just need enough people to get on board to make the shift. A lot of the greatest movements didn't have everybody involved. There was a small group of people who chose that, hey, we're going to do something about this. And that was enough to get the ball rolling and to get changes made.
Yeah, but I think what we
I
really
agree with
marched
you.
for,
No
yeah, but
marching. We're
what
not
we
talking
have
about
marched
marching.
for,
Hold on, baby. We're
but
not
how do people
marching.
get things done? How do regular people like us get things done?
I can tell you right now. One, hey Bougie, thanks for coming back. Um, like I was saying before my thing got ghetto on us. There is a step-by-step plan. First step is this. What exactly do you want living in this country? Where do you want to be? And how do you want to live your life? Some of us want children, some of us don't. Some of us want families, some of us don't. And that's okay. That's not the issue. The issue is I can't pay my rent because my job doesn't pay me enough. We don't create opportunities. And then once you are in a position, and I'll give you the scenario. Hey, Marvel, thanks for coming. Um,
Hey, Marvel.
when you stop it, when
I'm
you
gonna be nice. I'm chilling. I'm
you
having
better
fun.
you better be nice. Be
I
nice.
love you. I'm here to
Um,
support you.
well, thank you. You know, I appreciate it. So to
Do
your
I need
point,
to summon Black Jesus?
no, no, not at all. We good.
No, we're
We
good. We're
good.
good.
Listen, that the creator always around, got our backs. But here's what I found out. We know everything is connected, right? So if you have property, because this is where it all started. When people came here, they started with property. They took that property and flipped it. Whether they took it from someone, whether they had it themselves, the what we throw around the word wealth for, the next generation, generational wealth. Okay. When they first got here, there was no government. Because see, a lot of people, we look at it as, oh, well, the
there
United.
was a government
Well,
here.
hold
It's
on,
just
ride with me for a second. Hold on. The government I'm
uh
talking about is the way that it was broken up. They came to treaties to connect because truly, we are all in small countries, all in small countries. We call them states, but they're small countries inside of the continent of the Americas.
Yeah, we're like a mixing pot of cultures. Like you can't come to
Exactly.
America and find one specific culture
It, you
except the black
right.
culture. I think the
Yes.
black culture is the only culture that
We
is
were
different
created.
around the world. Like
Yes,
when you
it
come
is
to
different.
America, we are the type of black people that everybody else want to be. We're the type of people that everybody want to do
Yes.
our swag. You know,
Yes.
the
I
most
agree with
famous
you.
people in America are, the funniest people that are known worldwide. We're known for our jokes, being funny, charismatic. But
Yeah,
we do have a downside, unfortunately, and it's
exactly.
just
So here we
kind of
go.
what we need
Ride
to
with
work
me.
on, right?
Think about this. All of the same thing happened when people got here. They got wealth. We went through the industrial age. Blah blah blah. Here we are right now, 2022, and our community is in shambles. We don't own nothing. We don't have nothing. We ain't doing nothing but arguing with each other over some shit you can't even control anyway. Now,
Right.
what I found out was this: the land is the power. The community is the power. And the reason I say that is this: the 1% may have as much money as they want, but you still have to continue to produce. So how do you do
But
that? Hold
it's
on,
kind
hold
of
on.
unfortunate for like the people in Flint, like like they haven't had water. I heard since
Exactly.
2009, and those people have been
Exactly.
doing everything in their power to get some type of law passed,
But
get
here's the
people
thing.
water.
They don't have, like I told you before, we have economic power, but we don't have any other kind. We have to take that economic power and turn it into political power. It can be done. It's been done. You can find it in history. People have come together and made change. Now, I am going a different route because I feel like if you feed people, you clothe them, you house them, and you make them safe, you could change the world. Because ultimately, that's all anybody really wants. I'm not talking about those who want to strive to be leaders of the world. I'm talking about the common person needs a break. They need a break. And it's unfair what's going on. And why I said this about America's war on Black trans women is because they pick a fight with each and every one of us. And then we want to sit around and act like that fight does not affect us. But it does. Because you don't know a person is trans until they tell you, or if they're what we consider passing, it's the same thing being too dark or too light. All we do is
Yeah.
keep implementing the same thing. So that's why the conversation is necessary to go, enough. Let's get together. Like Purple said, it doesn't have to be a concert full of folk. Because 1% is 1%. How many people you think is that? 8 families. 8. That's not everybody at the concert.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to also, come up with some type of, business. I guess we're gonna have to form some type of wealth within
I
our
got
own
that.
community.
Mm.
I got that for
Yeah,
you too.
it's gonna really take a lot of money, because even these politics, when they get chose for president, it's not about
Well,
the morals anymore. It's really about money, money, money.
well, it's
So
never been about that.
yeah,
It's
it's
never,
never,
baby.
yeah,
It's
that's
never
what I'm
been about that.
saying. And
But
I think
I'm gonna let Is Mike speak and then Purple because you and I can go back and forth. So I'll drop the link again if anybody else wants to come up. I'm loving the conversation. Thank y'all so much. Please like the channel. Please subscribe if you haven't already. And yeah, we're gonna keep it going. All right, go ahead, sir.
Yes, I agree in a perfect world, but unfortunately, in my opinion, history repeats. And I look at history and I look at what you talk about money and the real money, the real currency is force, and it's brutal and it's vile, it's terrible, and that is unfortunately what is about to happen. And when you talk about the 1% are concerned about one thing, and that is maintaining. And when you are a family of people that have gotten your enormous wealth off of the blood, sweat, and tears, off of regular people and fraud and lies and corruption, you're not going to stop, no matter how many churches you go to or what God you pray to. Your only concern is to propagate the wealth and to maintain that wealth. Because the one thing that most comfortable people, and I think this is true in the West, hate the most is to be uncomfortable without electricity, without clean water, with having to do things yourself that they didn't teach you in school. And so when you factor in force and ruthless violence and their capabilities, and now we have robots, they don't need slaves in the field anymore. They can handle that. They got robots to build robots. You know what I mean? And now they got genetic engineering, and they have this perfect ideological world that they've all figured out and been sitting around for hundreds of years, thousands probably. It's in the Bible. They wrote it in the Bible, and it's all coming to fruition. And people are still trying to figure out ways. And I do believe there is a faction of rich people that are good people. I don't know where they're at, but I imagine if I sometimes I like to imagine what I would do if I was rich, and I have to wonder if if I was rich, would I do the same damn thing that they're doing? Protect my wealth. Don't put my name out there. Go along to get along because when you have so much to lose, you tend to be a little bit more reserved and calculating, and then timing becomes everything.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Purple.
I will never come from a space of it's over, we're defeated. There have been plenty of cases in history where things look gloom and doom and things were able to turn around. But if you
Purple, is
come
that
into it,
Purple,
yes,
Purple, you're cutting
Yeah,
in and out. You're very
mine is going
staticky.
in and out.
hold on. A second.
You know, the to your point, Chanel and oh, you ready? You got it?
Yeah, can you hear
Okay.
me okay now?
Yeah, can hear you. Great.
Okay. What I was saying is that we've seen throughout history where things have looked really bad and people looked like they were going to be defeated, and they weren't. The main thing with history is you have to learn from it. When you leave
I think
people in your community,
drop down and come back, and it'll fix
what?
itself. I think
You're
like if
still
you drop down
you're
and come
still
back,
cutting in and out,
yeah.
Purple.
Okay.
That's because she trying to drop knowledge. Haters. So while she doing that,
I
I'm gonna
I
I'm gonna
I
say
think
this.
I think
I'm trying to listen to the knowledge.
So okay, let's get into what you were talking about. Let's talk about the economics of having a community, right? So yes, I know that we've been taught that everything is gloom and doom. The man gonna try to stop us. Blah blah blah. Yes, this is true.
they are.
Yeah, but guess what? Doesn't stop. It didn't stop the pioneers of this country to create freedoms for people, whether we want to or
What
not.
country are you talking about?
I'm talking
The
about this
United States?
country.
The
Yes,
United States is a corporation. The
we
United
know that.
States was taken over the day it was created.
Well, listen, this is why I'm saying this to you and why I'm sharing this information with Miss Chanel. Because it is possible. And no matter what, I know that it is because other folks have done it. Now, what I'm
Yeah,
talking about
but
is no buts, not for me.
yeah,
No
there is a
buts.
but.
No,
We
it
gotta keep
isn't.
it honest.
Yeah, because
Like we gotta be
yeah,
I
but
real.
am. But
you want to
Sometimes,
be
finish?
positive.
Can I
yeah,
You
tell you
want to
it's
be
not
but we
about
positive
also
it's
gotta
without
not
keep it
looking
about
at the
real.
negative.
hold on,
Right.
Ismail. Hold on. I'm not
I'm
trying to
white.
be it doesn't matter because you white.
Yeah, it does because
Why? Why does it matter?
during
And I tell
because
you this.
dur-
Hold on, sir.
during the Bolshevik Revolution
We
in
ain't talking about
Russia,
that now. We talking about
yeah,
right
we
now.
are because that is the history that's about to repeat in America.
Well, that doesn't mean that people don't survive those type of things. Give you an example, when World War II was popping off, the people who survived and it never touched them was the people who was living out in the boonies. There's books about it. There's a documentary about it. There are whole families that survived what happened because they lived out in the boonies where nobody was coming. They've all pushed us into the city, all of
But
us. And
I'm
then they've
sorry, but those
created, listen, you don't have to be
I
sorry.
understand, but they didn't have drones and lasers and satellite
Okay, so I
technology.
mean, here's the thing. So, are you saying to me right now, as a man, as a white man in this country, 60 years young, that there's no reason in trying because they have drones? They have guns too. They got military too. What does that mean? There's a whole community of women
Ishmael,
living in
to
this
her
country.
point, you did say that force does look nasty, and you did say it was gonna take force. So maybe these men are just trying
Exactly.
to protect their country. And yeah, force does look ugly, and war is ugly. We all have been a victim of war.
Let
Nine
me bring
11,
Purple
that
back
was
up.
ugly. So I think
You
That's
know,
right.
force, just the look of force. You know, we all feel some type of
The
way
reason
about
I
it.
brought that up was to
Yeah.
emphasize that this idea of love and peace
That's not what I
is
said
a
though.
great I know,
That's not.
but it's
But no, no,
well,
but
you
listen,
were
no.
talking about
It's like you didn't
property.
let me finish. Hold on. I'm gonna give you a straight up hypothetical, okay? Because I'm not telling my business, but I'm gonna give you a hypothetical, okay? You have a piece of property, right? Let's say you got five
Mhm.
siblings, or you got a wife and some kids, okay? You decide, okay, I'm going to grow whatever. Like, for instance, up north, you can grow lavender. People love lavender. Lavender is $1 billion business. Okay. There are people in Kingman, Arizona right now with about 30 to 40 acres of nothing but lavender, making a nice buck every year. Everybody don't want to be filthy, nasty, rich. They want to be comfortable and have something to leave for themselves or for their children, on and on, however, or their wife or mate, blah, blah. You take that lavender. This person takes that lavender. You're living on the property. You selling the lavender. Your homes are paid for. As long as you cover them taxes every year, ain't nobody gonna bother you. There's solar available. There's Wi-Fi available. So now you have your own containment. You can grow your own food, or you can, now with technology, you can go somewhere and pick up your groceries and bring them home. We cannot sit here and doomsday the whole scenario when we know damn well that there are people surviving in smaller clusters. Just as I'm saying, there's a group of nuns that grow herbs, a group of nuns that live out in the boonies on their property, they houses, and make a buck selling herb to other people. That's all I'm talking about. I'm talking about
I,
providing
I'm with you.
opportunity as well as
I'm
a
totally
safe
with
place
you.
to be. Our children are not being educated. We don't have people that look like me and Chanel and Purple teaching our children the truth. And I'm
That's
just tired of it. I don't know why I feel this way, but I do, and I'm not going to be
no,
quiet
you're
about it.
right. I agree with you. I just like to play the devil's advocate to
I know
push.
you do, but baby, you got the best one because I am both. I
And
will give
also,
you the positive
yeah,
and I'll
and
give you the
yeah.
negative.
And
Go ahead,
also,
Miss
yeah,
Chanel.
coming from the space of a black woman, we are literally the most unprotected and unheard woman on the planet. We do so much work. They were gonna pass a white woman as the first bill, the 20 bill, as the first woman, but you know she had a sketchy history. So their next choice was Harriet Tubman because black women have done so much for this country. We have fought so hard for our freedom. In fact, it was black women, you know, that really kind of were the backbones of the community. You know, everybody was at Big Mama's house. You know, these men didn't have jobs, these men didn't have places to stay. You know, we were married and single mothers. So I don't think there has ever been a time of unity in our community. And when there was, during the civil rights movement era, I would say it didn't really last long because, yes, some people did benefit from it, but a large portion of the community disbanded into gangs and just violence. Like, you can't walk on Martin Luther King Jr. in Texas and, you know, not get hit by a bullet or a stray bullet. Like, it's just, we have to just band and just form type. Like, if we all have different conversations, if we're all different genders, I feel like we need to just really look past that because
Yes,
that's the mindset that they want us to be at. And let's just come
exactly.
together because we're people and we want to strive to be better, not because, oh, this person was this and that person was that. So, you know, I really understand that. And also, being the most unprotected, it's way harder because not only our own men not protect us, but you know, they're passing laws now where they won't even interfere if a woman is killed by a man. You know that in the ghettos is where, you know, women are killed the most. Black women, in fact, are killed the most, and it's always by the hand of a man with a gun. And it's just so much violence these days. Every time I turn on the news, it's a new person that just did some mess, and it's just getting really annoying at this point. And we just really
Well,
need
you
to.
do realize that the reason why you see that on the news because that's what they want you to see.
Yeah, but we also can't pretend like it's not
But you
happening. Like these
also
are,
can
yeah.
go on TikTok, you can go on
Hmm.
Instagram, you can go on YouTube, and that's not the news. These are people sharing their stories. There's mothers and fathers who are
There is a lot of
crying.
violence.
There
There's a
is.
But
Like this
lot
like
is
I
of
sad.
said,
violence.
well, let's get
But there's
Purple's
always
back,
been a lot of violence.
and that's
But
fine. There's always gonna be
it
violence.
just wasn't advertised as well. So,
Yes, exactly.
but
Because even though it might not have been
but I'm
advertised,
saying, as black women, as anybody, you should probably arm yourself
Yes,
and
yes. And it's
be.
sad. Yeah.
I know that. I know
well, can
because
I?
I keep hearing you guys talk about protection, and
Every
I
5.5
realize that it's
hours.
very.
It's sad.
I
Yeah,
get
it's
it.
it's
It's just,
crazy, and it's not. It's
but
the
trust me,
sad thing about it.
it's not no different
Yes.
for white men
I
or
know.
white
Yeah.
women or
Yes.
anybody. It's the
ID
same
let you
for
know.
everything. All
Yes.
the animals that you
Watch
see in the
ID.
woods, all the
Yeah.
birds, all the worms, everything is always worried about protection. Always.
Well, the thing that I will throw in there, and then Purple is back, so I want to hear
And
what she has to
you
say.
would think that the most brilliant species on the planet would be a little better at it, but they
Who
seem to
I don't
focus
know if
mostly
that's
on.
the case.
I
I
don't
don't know
believe
who's
it
the most
is
brilliant.
myself. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
think
just,
that's true.
I think
yeah.
we've got
But
some
I'm just
brilliant people,
as
but
I said that, my fingers on both hands were doing the quotation marks. Okay,
thank you,
y'all
sir.
couldn't see that, but
Thank
as
you
I
for the
said that,
visual.
I was doing my little two finger quotes.
Welcome back,
Um,
Purple. Tell me what's on your mind.
Thank you so much. Um, Basically, throughout history, there has always been the doom and gloom folks. There's always going to be the naysayers saying, "But we can't do this, we can't do that." The greatest enemy to any civilization is apathy. And like Martin Luther King said, all evil needs to thrive is for good people to do nothing. So
That's
this
it.
means with being apathetic. If you choose to do nothing, then you have no right to complain about what nothing gives you. When you put your attention and focus on violence all the time, when that's all you choose to give your focus and attention to, that creates more of it just by consuming it. When you understand how powerful your thoughts and your words are, you are way more mindful about how you use them. It has been understood by the people in power just how important words and your thoughts are, because your words and your thoughts lead to eventual actions. So you need to be mindful about what you're consuming, what you're willing to entertain, what you're willing to tolerate. And for God's sake, take back your own power and stop looking for everybody else to lead you. Everybody doesn't need to lead you. As a person
hmm
who was a spiritual worker, if I got paid for every time somebody wanted me to live their life for them, I would be a rich woman.
You breaking up just a little bit. It's better, but you still breaking up just a little bit. Did you say
Okay.
you'd have $1? You'd be a rich woman if you know what I'm saying? Every time you heard
It's
that, is that what you said?
it's
I was saying I
it's
would be a
actually
very rich
breaking up.
woman if I got paid for every time somebody wanted me to run their life for them, to live their
hmm
life for them.
Well,
Because you
that's
have a lot
Oh
the
of
man,
yeah.
people that don't want
wish
to
you
be
wouldn't breaking
in
up.
charge of their own lives. I've literally heard it. I literally had somebody to ask me to tell them what cereal to eat. This is how deep the programming has taken effect on people.
Yeah. I can't even dispute you, Purple, because that is the truth that there are some people that want that kind of
Yeah,
just
that's
lead me
right.
around. Just lead me
Most
around. And
people, in fact, most people will say, I want to govern. I want a representative to, and this day and age where you have mass instant communication, you don't need a representative. You can express what you want and desire immediately.
True
And
enough,
why?
but is it going in a direction that is going to come off of this just speaking? And I'm just talking about people who talk about these type of things.
Well, imagine living in that
Are
community that you were talking about earlier.
yeah, I
Would you
do.
need a
Because I
need a representative in that community?
well, of course we would, because there's certain things we
No,
have
you
to deal
wouldn't.
with. Yes, you
No,
would.
you wouldn't.
Let me
No,
tell
you
you something.
wouldn't.
There is even a hierarchy amongst
See,
gorillas, sir. You got
a
it's not it's a nat
hierarchy.
yes, yes.
Okay, what's the
Okay,
hierarchy of life?
let me give you an example then. If you think I'm just pulling smoke out my butt.
Okay,
When
well, a while ago.
we started talking about, okay, I'll give for instance, for you as a white male, you've heard,
Oh yeah,
being an alpha male, right? We hear it all the time. I'm an alpha man, blah blah blah,
yeah,
based on a
yeah.
study that a man did that worked with wolves, and there he realized that he was incorrect. He came back, rewrote it, and said um there's not an alpha in that sense. Both of them co-parent. However, there is a matriarchal side to it, that this particular how they work in their packs is that they lead together. But ultimately, it is a matriarchal setup because he goes to her for like, okay, should we go and do XYZ? I'm gonna protect us, you protect the kids, and we also protect each other. That's what we're missing, because everybody wants to be in these particular boxes and have no idea
But
what that
also,
looks like.
chocolate, I
But
think we
how do you know
also
that's
have to.
missing? How do you know the 1% that rule the world aren't women?
Well, I'm not talking about the 1%. I don't care about them. That's the
Well, you
problem.
were talking about hierarchy.
Hierarchy has nothing to do
Well,
with
yeah,
someone.
hierarchy
Hold
is the
on, hold
one
on, hold
percent
on. You are
ruling the
jumping.
masses.
No, that's not true. You
Well,
just
that's what you just
agreed.
said.
No, I didn't. You just
Yeah, you
agreed with
did.
Purple that when you look at what is happening in this country and how do we know, there's plenty of proof as to us not working together. We see it all the time. We would not have the frequency of humans taking other humans' lives if we believed in working together. Like to Purple's
But
point, I'm not on here to save everyone. I'm on here to find like minded people that want to be a part of what I'm doing. And even if you don't, that's okay. Even if it doesn't work out to what I think it may be, because everything changes, people change, situations change. Are we going to flow? Are we going to survive? And that is for every community, that is for every culture around the world. But what I'm talking about right now, you asked about, would I need a representative? I don't need a representative, not in that community if I'm the one building it. But if I'm still
well,
living, hold on,
There's good. Yeah.
if I'm still living in a governed country, which is the United States, of course I want a representative that's going to represent people like us. There is a hierarchy. I don't care where you go. Even ants have hierarchies. You're stuck on the word hierarchy. I'm not talking about hierarchy in a way
I didn't bring it
to
up.
yes, I did bring it up, and that's fine. What I'm saying to you is, and I think I know you like playing the devil's advocate, but in all honesty, the truth remains that there needs to be something done, and if that is what I'm gonna do, then I'm gonna do it. I'm not just gonna talk about it. I
Right.
want to take it from here and show
I
people,
hear you.
just like anything else that we say is unbelievable. You can look it up on YouTube. You can
Chocolate.
find people that'll do it. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Go ahead, baby.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course you can.
Okay. I'm down with you forever, whenever. But I just wanted to know, like, how will we go about like choosing people? Because I think we also got to be very careful with the people we choose, because like
Of
anybody
course.
can come in, people can swear they're good people, but offenders they always don't have to have a record. And like, what type of disciplinary, actions would we have to have in place for people that don't comply?
To your point, yes. Hi, hey Kenneth, thanks for coming. Um, when I look at that, it's the same thing. We actually, for those of us who walk around every day, we live on the honor system. Um, respect one another, respect each other's property. Um, don't, I'm not going to tolerate, or we're not going to tolerate anybody being bullied or
Yeah,
mistreated or treated differently because of who they are or how they identify or so on and so forth. But see, here's the
background
cool thing
check.
about it. Oh, yes, honey. So here's the thing about it, to answer your question. It would be the same. I would do it the same way if it was an apartment complex or if I was selling a house. You'd have to fill out an application. You will have to put down a deposit, and it's going to have different types of questions because we're building something different. And you will then we decide, and if you're not a part of that, if that you'll know up front, this is what we do, this is what we expect. We want to build something, and not just, oh, one person wants to get rich, i.e. myself. It is
Hmm.
about educating. It is about doing things that are, yes, we have the ability. Like, have you ever heard of Ben Verified, Chanel?
Yes, I have.
I pay $1, put your information in there, guess what
Right.
happened?
You can
So it
find
can be
where your mama stay at, where your granny
right,
stay at, who died,
exactly.
when they died, how they
Now,
died, what you own, what your daddy
exactly.
own, what
Hello,
horse
Anthony.
y'all
Thank you
got.
for coming. Yes, exactly. And it's like, it's just like any other thing. I think what the fear starts to come in having conversations like this is, yes, it does come down to that. And I like what Anthony said, a code of conduct. You do it at your job, right? You do it at school. Yeah, you're gonna have people that break the rules, but what rules are they? I don't want to put anybody in a position where they feel like they a step for person. I want you to be in a community that you can feel like you can be yourself, that you can walk down the street and no one is going to harm you. That at night we have licensed people who are down to patrol and make sure things are okay. These people are out there. They just need somewhere to go. And we don't have that for them. And I want to create
This
that. Hell or high water, whoever thinks it will or
this
won't work, I'm doing it. I've already purchased the property. Then I found out there's properties around me I can purchase. I'm waiting to hear back from the realtor. This is acres and acres of land that no one is living on.
hmm
And
Yeah,
then
I'd
on
like to
top
hear
of
a little
that,
bit more about that.
okay, well, I'm not going to I love having you guys up here, so I'm not going to hog it. I just want you guys to understand that I am not a butterfly in the sky. I'm about that dirt. I'm about putting my hands in the muck and the awful things that I have to go through to get to that peace. I want to go to bed and lay my head
hmm
down and not have to hear sirens.
That's yeah. We've been.
I want to wake up in the morning and hear somebody swinging. You know how that one child get up real early and go to the park? You know what
hmm
I'm saying? I miss
Oh,
those
I used to
days.
love the sound of the porch swing
Yes.
squeaking.
Yes. And like I said, whether it's advertised or put out there, especially for us as people of color, or any other culture that lives in this country, that's what they do. They build their own, they have their stores, they take, yes,
Yeah,
we're a global
and
economy.
Yeah.
So
that's
Yeah.
what white
Yeah.
people were doing forever until
yes, exactly.
Yeah, but
Go ahead, guys.
until snatchers, but you always have to keep it real though, because yes, there was a time where I could go play outside until the street light came on, and when the street light came on, they mean go home or I already know what's gonna go happen.
Mm-hmm.
But it's come to the point where you can't even take your kids out outside. The
Mm-hmm.
quarantine really made it hard for people to kind of go back into, just being normal because we've been locked down so long. But I'm an introvert myself. But a lot of people, sometimes they have a schedule. So when people aren't on schedule anymore, they change. And I think a lot of people have changed. There has been a lot of things recently that has changed us. They're passing a lot of crazy laws to divide people. Like
Mm-hmm.
when that's that abortion law, there was just so much of division, and it's just like they're passing laws, and I feel like they're not really passing laws to get something done. But I feel like they're passing these laws to cause tension, to cause, oh,
That's
well, I'm on
right.
this
They
side,
are.
oh, I'm in this side, and it's really hard because the more division that there is, the more obstacles that there would be for us, to form some type of
Mm.
group
Well,
where we all have
the more
one,
distracted,
idea. Yeah, we're all just
the
distracted.
and all, they did create the division to distract you from them
Yeah,
because they know that you're becoming informed about them. They planned on.
and
Well,
think
They're
let
just
about
me
it.
using it.
Yep.
Purple, how you doing out there? I wanna bring you back in. How's the sound?
How's it now?
Ooh, better. Let's go.
Oh yeah, it's a lot better.
What I was
Yeah.
saying is that when you choose to be problem oriented, then all you're going to do is get more problems. Nobody on this panel would go to a doctor and ask, tell the doctor your symptoms and stuff, and then be okay with your doctor saying, "Yep, you're effed up," and that's it. You'd be like, "Well, what happened to you trying to treat the issue that I talked about?" But when you focus on the problem and you never get to the solution, that's basically what you're doing. Because in order to solve any type of problem, anybody can be problem based. Very few people are solution based. People who are
Hmm.
solution based will find a means to get things done. This has
That's
been
right.
history time and time again. The quote unquote founding fathers of this country wasn't worried about the masses. Let's be clear on that. They were only concerned about the elite folks. That's why you did not have a democracy. You wound up with a republic because they did not believe that the masses could properly rule. So that's why you
Wait a
winded
minute.
up with a republic.
Wait a
So
minute. Where do you think democracy came from?
Don't
what does
start your
that have to do
stuff.
with it being a republic, sir?
Well,
A
let's just
It's
republic
talk
like
is not
about
no
the
this.
same
sir.
thing
Yeah,
as
but
No.
let's talk. She
democracy.
Let her
brought up
let her finish.
Democracy
democracy.
is majority. Let me
Let her
finish.
She's
finish.
Now listen till
pretending.
you
Finish,
She's
talk.
sir. It's mine.
Democracy is majority rule. A republic is
yeah,
ruled
and just
by representatives.
Let her
It is
finish,
not
sir.
mass ruling because there's been a lot of laws that have been passed. If it was left to the population, there would be certain laws that would have never gotten on the books because it's not a mass ruled society. Point in case, there's plenty of women who are for Roe versus Wade, but do we see that in law? No. So I'm not sitting up here trying to just talk out my ass. I'm going off of the history of this country. This country makes you give allegiance to the Republic of the United States. That's in it.
Speak on it, sis. We got a new arrival.
Pledge your allegiance to the Republic of the United States. So I'm not willing to argue things that should be understood at this point
Right.
because, like I was saying, the whole reason I brought up the fact that the elite were only concerned, let's be clear about who they were concerned with at the time. They were concerned about other people like them. They were not concerned about the mass majority. And matter of fact, for the longest, the only people they were concerned about was white landowners. That's who they were dealing with. So even then, they didn't even want the majority of the masses. You don't need the majority of the masses to get things done. It has been proven time and time again that you don't need the majority of the masses to do it. Point in case, Vietnam. Vietnam, everybody was like, well, this will be an easy thing for the United States to do. And we went in there and got our butts handed to us by the Viet Cong.
And then
Technology
let our home
is not
send
the
home
end all
here.
and be all
Yes.
of everything. There's a lot of things that can be done when you choose to focus on the solution. If you're choosing to focus on the problem and then you just throw your hands up in the air and say, woe is me. If my community did that, we wouldn't have gotten the things that we did wind up getting if we just all sat down and said, well, I'm going to wait for somebody else to do it. Wherever that's the mentality, that is a fall of a civilization. When people get so apathetic that everybody is waiting around for somebody else to do something, that's when civilizations tend to fall. Because all it needs for a good civilization, quote unquote, good civilization to fall is for apathy to take hold of its citizens. What she's talking about is reasonable. There's a lot of things that should not be said, that should not be done with mass consumption because no one understands. When the elites were thinking of actually going away from the British, they weren't having these conversations out in the open with just any and everybody. Because, like that old saying goes, just because you may be skin folk don't mean you can folk. There's a lot of people who are just going to maintain the status quo even to the detriment of themselves. That has been understood throughout history.
Yeah. You are absolutely right, Purple. To the detriment. If you don't mind, I'd like to first thank you for what you said. And I want to bring
Thank you.
on our new guest. Hello, sir.
How you doing?
I'm fine. So, what do you think about? I saw you in the chat. What are you thinking about? Please share with us your thoughts on this.
Well, you were talking about um, you were talking about separation, right?
When you say separation, are you putting it in the context of we're like going to become a militia, or
No,
are
no.
okay?
No,
Okay,
I
I
mean,
just want to make sure. Okay.
no, because my idea of separation is this. I mean, now I'm trying to be in line with you, okay? Um, you're talking about black people. Black people having what? Land ran by black people, cultivated by black people, etc. Black people only. Okay. Um, I think that's a great
No.
idea.
Well, thank you. I apologize, but no, it won't be black people only.
Oh, will be black people only? Okay. Okay.
I mean, it'll be, I would say, if I was to give you a number, we're looking at about probably 75%. Because, and I'll give you an example that you can look up. There are 10 wealthy communities in this country that are 70 to 80% black.
Uh-huh.
Nobody's gone and blown it up. Nobody's gone and done anything to it. And so what's interesting is that yes, they are people that work in the Maryland area. The majority of them are in like the DC, Maryland area because of the incomes.
Uh-huh.
But however, they have managed to build homes, have their own schools, and their crime is low. And
Uh-huh.
you have people of other persuasions, you know what I mean, wanting to move in as well. So I
Right.
leave that there. Continue.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to
Right.
clear that up for you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. I mean, that's understandable. I mean, I can get with. I mean, I can see that. I understand that. I'm coming from a quote a African centered perspective, and that's where I come in at. With my thought process. And of course, as you know, if you're quote African centered or Pan African, you have a kind of a different viewpoint on the ideals of having people that don't look like you. Because for us, that's been the problem, that we have people that don't look like us that causes us problem. So through, throughout throughout history, the history tells us that people who don't look like us have ways, in fact, of doing things to us, and they like you were saying, they disrupted our peace. When they left us alone, black men were fine. Black men were building. He was building stores. He was doing all those things. But the minute they realized that these guys can build and do for self, that's when the problem started. And that's a great story to talk about too. One day on your show, you can talk about Ida B. Wells, and that's why she stood up, because the three black men who built the grocery store, they were outdoing the white-owned grocery store, and that was the problem. So they got mad at those brothers and went after those brothers, and they murdered those brothers because of that. So this black powerful woman stood up and said, and she wrote about black men being lynched. And one thing, as she noted, she said that the black people who were being lynched was the progressive thinking black people. It wasn't necessarily the poor black folk. It was the progressive black people that really scared them. Had their own stores, had their own land, farmland, was able to do everything that whites were doing. Those blacks were doing it too, and doing it better. So that was the problem. And if you study history, and what you do, you learn from those mistakes. With the mistakes
that's what we
did.
should do. Yeah, that's
Right.
what we should do, but we haven't. It's
Yeah,
been
right.
60
We haven't.
years.
Right.
60
We haven't.
years, and we're
Right.
still. And I apologize,
Right.
not to cut you off. It just
No, it's
is
okay.
at this point, we know the history,
Right.
we know what it is. Now it's time to do something about it. And
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, and I
like,
think as a female, I'm tired of hearing, especially black men, say, "Well, oh, we've been oppressed for this long," and and if you guys have so many solutions, it's been 60 years, and I'm in a generation. I'm 23, so I am Generation Z, or well, yeah, Z, I think. And I'm seeing that nothing has been done. Like, I'm looking at my friends that are my age that are other races, like they have family wealth, they can go to college, they don't have to apply for financial aid, they always have somewhere to go, a backbone. But in the black community, 70% of us are born in broken families. 70% of us have single parent households, so we can't really try to talk about, well, we're trying to do this, and we also have to look at the dynamics that we're in. People are growing up in really dysfunctional homes, and it's making it harder to get things done, because men want to control women, but the men aren't really taking care of the children. The men say, well, oh, we're oppressed, these white people oppress them, but they're leaving their children to grow up in the same oppression, to fight that same battle that no child should have to fight by themselves. And
Okay.
I think it's
hold
unfortunate that.
on, Chanel. Yeah, hold on, Chanel.
Okay.
Let him respond to you. Thank you,
Okay.
baby.
Let me say this. Well, first of all, what I'm not going to do is get into a tit for tat argument. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be arguing with black women. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We do that stuff all the time. And truthfully, that doesn't get us nowhere.
It's not an argument.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
no,
just saying, I'm waiting for
right.
change.
So I'm saying,
I don't
hold
see
on,
the change.
Let me finish. So I'm saying that if you take a critical analysis on your history, you will find that everything you said was not true. Okay, black men have always built. Black men have always died for black people. Black men have always been out in the forefront trying to do what he can do in a situation where he, in some cases, got no justice or no help from nobody. Okay?
Can I hold on, sir? Can I push back just a little with that statement? I have to say this. You always had help because you always had black women. There's a black woman, this young woman went to school, became a lawyer, and got her brother out of jail. These are
Okay.
the things that black women have been doing in behind the scenes, getting no credit, getting no concern.
Sure.
Now I understand what you're saying about, yes, black men have had businesses, black men have been successful, but we're talking about as an individual. We are now in 2022, and our children are not being fed at these elementary schools. Our
Yes.
children are cannot read. We have younger and younger single mothers. See that they talk about single mothers, but these young girls who old men chase, or young men who have nothing to do because black men have stopped creating opportunity for
Wait
the
a minute.
no.
Stop.
Hold on,
That's
sir.
bullshit.
Hold on,
Yeah.
If
sir.
that's bullshit, then why in the hoods are the black men creating most of the
Okay.
problems? And
See, and
But
why
this,
is a black
why are
listen,
you
listen, listen.
comparing
Can I
black men
finish?
to the hood?
No,
You
let me
act
right.
like
finish.
all
No
black
one's
men live in the
comparing.
hood.
You don't
Well,
live in
Hold
our
on.
community,
th-
so you as
Hold
a white
on.
man
Hold on.
can't
Hold on.
relate to what
that's my point.
black people as a
Hold on,
whole
Hold
go
on a
Chanel.
second.
through.
Hold on,
Can I
Chanel.
say
Hold on,
something?
sir. Yes, give me just a second. Let's break this down because yes, I know I hear the same conversations all the time. So I'm gonna put this piece in here so that we can end this. I don't give a shit about what was built 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago. I'm talking about the last 5 years. There has been an uprooting.
Yep.
There are plenty of examples. No one is shitting on men, gentlemen. I'm not here to talk about men ain't doing this, men ain't doing that. What I'm saying is, if you don't have anyone around you that's ready to build something, then support the sisters who are trying to. And that's it. Because what it has come down to is when we voted, black men didn't vote. It was black women who got Joe Biden in office. Whether
No,
you like
and
him,
see that's another
hold
lie.
on. No, it's not, sir.
Yeah,
No, it's
that
not.
is.
Because, and I'll tell you
80% of black
why.
men voted for Joe Biden. So I
Hold
don't understand
on.
about
Yeah,
Hold on.
what.
What I
yeah, I
said,
agree. I agree with him.
that's
Yeah,
fine. You guys
yeah.
can
I don't
agree,
understand
but
why we
it
keep saying
doesn't.
it.
Well, y'all keep saying it. What I'm saying to you is this is not that conversation. The conversation is not the blame game. The conversation is what the fuck
But that's what
are
you're
we?
doing. You're
But
No,
blaming
I'm
that's what
black
not.
you're
men.
doing.
No, I'm
No, but
not.
listen,
Yes, you
listen.
did.
Hold on.
Can I say this?
Listen, please
Wow.
don't make me mute everybody. Just hold on. I am not, and I have not blamed black men for nothing. What I said was there is no communities that are available for your average black person. There is no such thing as a middle class anymore. You have working poor and you have damn I'm poor. You have homeless people living in every major city. And I'm not talking
Yep.
about old vets or people that's crazy. You've got whole families. I know because I've been homeless recently because I got sick, and as a single black woman with no children, I can't get the same benefits that a woman with children would get. The only reason I have to pay for everything I have, my parents didn't leave me jack shit. I have family with land, but they don't want me to use it because they don't want me to be better than whatever I guess they have. That's fine. You're going to run into those type of people all the time. But I'm not here for the blame game. I don't care about that. What I care about is finding like-minded people who want to change what is in front of us and realize that it can be done. And it doesn't have to be this Hulk Hogan, the Hulk and the Avengers type shit. I'm talking about just regular folks that's out here working every day. We are all getting by. There is not one person
Well,
I know personally that is comfortable.
Okay.
So that's
well,
Okay.
who's
it.
gonna be the top of the? Who's gonna be the
Can I finish
hierarchy?
my
Who's
point?
gonna be the top of the hierarchy?
Can I finish my point?
Yes, you can, sir.
Okay. Well,
Hold on, Ismail. You could go after him, please. Thank you.
okay. Now, no. What I was going to say, before I was cut off, I was going to talk about black women and her contribution. Okay, but I didn't get that chance. See, and
But
this
it's
is why I don't like.
okay. No, no, no.
Hold on one
Listen,
second.
sir. It's okay.
Can I
You
finish?
don't have to do that here.
Okay, but can
You
I
don't
finish?
have to. Nobody needs you to. It's
Okay,
okay. We know. I'm just
okay.
asking you now. How do you feel about change now? What do
Now,
you
okay,
think needs
right,
to be
okay,
done now?
right. So I'm saying, how do I feel about change now? I feel that we can do change now. Okay. Now, again, I gotta say that because I'm a historian. Okay, and as a historian, we have to look at history before we can move forward and understand what took place. And we have to look at the fact that our generational wealth was taken away from us. People always ask, well, why do black folks have these issues? Because our generational wealth was taken away from us. That's why I told the story about the three brothers who had the grocery store that got murdered. Because that means that those young men who had children, those children couldn't grow up and be what? Store owners. And then that means what? Those children couldn't grow up and be store owners. Those,
Can I ask you a
those
question, sir,
hold on,
when you're
hold
done?
on,
Hold
hold
on, Chanel.
on.
Let him finish, babe.
So I'm saying that if we don't look at the historical side of what happened to black folk, then we're gonna be running in different circles. We're gonna say, okay, why don't black people have generational wealth? Because our generational wealth was taken away from us. We, 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 we we constantly had to start all over. Each generation had to start again and again and again. We had to start all over again. Okay, and because people saw us trying to build generational wealth, but we got stopped in building our generational wealth. That was the problem. So that's why I started from. That's why I said when I first started talking, I was getting at the fact that you have to take a critical analysis of our history to understand what took place with us. If we don't do that first as well, a conclusion on what we can do now, we're going to have a lot of problems and trying to find out why we got in this situation. And most of us don't do a critical analysis of our history. We think we do that, but we don't. See, so we all look at things on the surface. So that's where I'm coming from. And again, like I said, I'm backing out because I didn't mean to come on the show and disrupt
No,
anything,
you're
but
fine. You don't have to leave.
but I'm gonna back out because I see that again. One thing that I don't like to do, and I do it sometimes with black women, is I go at them because as you know, I try to unite and be with black women and say that, hey, look, we got to do this thing together. I'm a single black man. I have no children. I'm 55
Mm-hmm.
years old.
Mm-hmm.
So not too much. It's not a lot that a woman can tell me about relationship because I've been that guy. Okay, so I'm single with no children. So when people come at me talking about children, I go, I got none.
Well, I mean, I get that,
Can
and I
I ask a
can. Yeah, you
Okay.
can ask him. Ask
Can
him a
Hey,
I ask a
question.
brother,
Gen
please
Z
don't
ask?
leave.
Yeah. Can I ask
You
Don't
a
don't
leave,
have
Gen
to
Z
bro.
ask
go.
you
No,
like you said,
go
so you
ahead.
don't have children, you don't have anything holding you back, and you're 55. But I just think like, why aren't the men that are able to do things and make a change that don't have children and have these things holding them back? Why can't they, join up with, like-minded black men like yourself and actually do something in the community? Because I do hear you saying like, oh, we can't use history, but you're using history and you said that we have to take that as an analysis. You're saying that generation after generation, the men have building and people have stopped them. But now 2022, when they were stopping you, it was during racism, it was during KKK, it was during times where we didn't really have rights. But now you guys have rights. You guys can build now. And I feel like you guys do use history as an excuse. And I, as a
But we're
newcomer
building.
of the generation, I
But we're
really
building.
expected more from, the older men, because no matter how old you are, no matter what type of power you have, you as a common man can make a difference in the community. And I think it's just upsetting that you don't really have kids or anything holding you back, and you really haven't done anything. And you have Chocolate
But why,
here, she's been through
wait
it
a minute, how
all,
you know
and
me? You
she's
don't know
trying.
me.
No, I'm just, sir,
No, but
you just told me,
Yeah,
you just told us
Sir,
your whole
hold on.
synopsis.
Wait, hold
I'm
on,
going based
everybody.
off of what you
Chanel, hold
said.
on, please. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm not gonna do this. You don't have to leave, sir, but I am gonna ask this. We're going to leave the personal things out of it. Okay. We don't know each other. And it's just like if, like you said, you talk to black women and you feel you do sometimes you go at them because I know we have been combative, but nor do I have the energy or the time to do that. I don't get off on arguing with my brother, my friend, the person that is supposed to. I've had a father, I had a grandfather, I've got a young black man I'm raising right now because after my mother passed away, this is what I'm doing. I now have
Yeah.
a young black man that I have to protect and educate and get him to a place of safety because our young black men are commodities for prisons. They are commodities for funeral homes. They're commodities for the gun sales that take place in this country. So I am very aware of the historical facts of America. If anything, if I don't know anything, I know European history that has affected us as a community. I understand that our generational wealth it wasn't even a thought process. We weren't supposed to have any. We were giving other people generational wealth. It is still on the books in the Constitution that we are not even full human beings. So please, I'm going to say this again. We don't have to argue with each other, and I'm not going to. I'm going to respect your opinion. We can have discourse, we can disagree, but no personal shots. Okay?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be personal, but I just think that's a stereotype that they like to do. Like,
I
why is me
understand.
seeing what I see
I
in my
understand.
community and seeing through the vision of my eyes and what I see has not been done and what I'm going through, what my brothers are going through? Why do men say that's combative? Like, I'm literally just asking,
I
why is it nothing
understand.
being done? You're saying out of your mouth, sir, and I'm just saying as a person that's a child that has seen it all. Why aren't those men protecting us? Why aren't those men, building places where I can go? I'm as a black woman, I can't go in my hood and just walk around and be safe because I know there's going to be some type of male that's either going to try to get at me or try to do anything. And I know that from my experience, black men don't protect. They don't. We have to rely on the cops. And even the cops are opting out to protect us now because, unfortunately, women have marched to defund the police, not understanding that defunding the police is also taking protection from us. Because if we have protection from our males, we wouldn't have to call the cops. We could just rely on a random black man in the street that sees something happening to me, to do something. And I think a lot of black women go through this, but nobody cares about it. Nobody talks about it. It's always the older generation. And I think it's the younger generation. Like, it's our minds that really need to be molded. And it's like, how are we going to be molded from the older generation when you guys are having problems? You guys can come up with a solution. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not being
Thank
combative
you.
or anything.
Thank you, Chanel. I appreciate it. Purple, did you have something to say? And then I'm sorry, you can opine after her.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Um, this is the issue at hand. When we start attacking each other, nothing gets done. Like I said, we need to be focused on the solution because, um, like one of the people I enjoy reading from often says, that most people don't really know what they want. They can tell you everything that they don't want, but they can't tell you what they actually do want. And a lot of this is deciding what you're going to do and standing 10 toes down on it. We have to get to the point where those who are of like mind get together, have think tanks, are meeting often to organize and get things in place. Because when it doesn't take a lot to actually start a town, it's just a matter of getting the land and getting certain things into play. If you're choosing to have things like a police department, those type of things, you want to figure out how you're going to do those type of things as well, because there it can be very you have to be very focused and detail oriented on what you're going to be doing and your intention behind what you're doing, and just making sure that you set the foundations that you need for things to function. And it can be done. There's a lot of different grants that are out here. There's a lot of different avenues that you can go about to develop and create wealth. There's multiple ways that folks accumulate wealth. Those who have the knowledge to know how to start to get wealth, because one of the main things that people who are well off do is that they control everything and own nothing. And what that means is that their stuff is in trust. They have different things that they're doing to protect their wealth and to make sure that it goes to the places that they intend for it to go to. And to be honest with you, um, they don't deal in hourly wages. Their money is made differently. So it's about acquiring the knowledge, understanding it, and for God's sake, putting it to use. Because knowledge that is not put to use is dead. It makes no difference if you have the knowledge and you never apply it. So these are the things that we need to be aware of. Like I was saying earlier, there's a lot of things that's not meant for mass consumption, because when you're trying to get things started, it, like the government often does, is on a need to know basis. Everybody don't need to know exactly what's happening. Only the like-minded people need to be informed and need to be aware of what's going on, because there's a lot of issues that come from the naysayers. Like we've seen this throughout history. So when you're trying to do something on this magnitude, then there's just certain things that you should do to ensure that you're able to develop and get things going the way that you want them to go. So
Thank you
it's
so much, Purple. I appreciate that. Is my what you got to say, sir? And no rowdy business. Thank you.
Yeah. Who's next?
I don't know. Is Mike you still there, sir?
Yeah, what did you say? No, what business?
I said no rowdy business.
Wow.
Listen, I know that men are being they are being attacked as well. I get it. However, that still doesn't mean, because if I didn't want to hear what you had to say, I wouldn't let you up here.
I know
I
you
have
wouldn't.
I am very staunch in how I feel, what I want, what I'm gonna do, what
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do, so on and so forth. And to Purple's point, I have been my the information that I received and the coaching that I've received from the people who want to see me succeed in this have been both men and women. I can't take that away. That makes no sense not to. To give credit where it is. I understand in the YouTube streets it's fun to, cuss out everybody, but I don't do that and I don't want to do that and I don't want to promote that. My issue is, let's talk about the unprotected groups. The reason why I even said America's war on black trans women is because unfortunately their lives are being taken just like black women, just like black men, heterosexual, because of course, everybody got to know whether or not what you do, what you don't do, which I don't care. I don't care. I've worked with them all. I don't care. Um, However, we're still in a state of shamble, and then we want to argue the point that either it can't be possible, the government's going to have a problem, but what I don't hear is these are people who only know one thing, and that's money. Can you make us money? Yes. Yes, we can. We can do it and take care of ourselves and take care of our loved ones and live in a peaceful situation. It happens. It happens all over the country. I just don't know. It's not prominent for um black people, because usually black people move, they get out the what we say the hood, which is interesting because again we didn't create that, we were pushed into it. then you get out if that's the case, or you grow up in upper middle class and you don't have to deal with that, you are still looked at as a second class citizen in this country. It doesn't matter your walk of life. If a man that's making millions of dollars, billions of dollars for this country, being a part of that tax bracket, putting money into whatever, opening businesses, creating businesses, so on and so forth, can still be called out his name, can still be talked to and talked about like a dog. The same with black women. So it is tiresome. It is frustrating, because when do we stop having these conversations and go to Purple's point? There is plenty of land available to build what you want. You can have your own little utopia. 1 acre of land is 43,000 square feet. You could do a lot with that space. So I leave it there. I'm giving you the floor, and then after that, um, is it Yeshua? Is that how I pronounce it?
Yeshua.
Awesome. After him, go ahead and please.
I agree that there is plenty of land, and I would like to actually, because I've been thinking about this for decades. But you said you were particularly versed in land as a real estate. You said something about earlier about you were into real estate.
You can ask me
I think it.
whatever. Yeah, you can ask me whatever question you like.
All right. Well, I did a little research, and I found that there are thousands, millions of acres of land that were old farmlands that their kids didn't want to stay on the farm. They left, and it basically just went unused because nobody wanted to work it, pay taxes. And I've seen several videos of people calling it free land, but basically it's just homesteading, and it's all over the place. 20 acres, 40 acres, all over unused land. Houses built, barns built, ponds, streams, freshwater wells, it's all over the place. And I was wondering if you knew anything about that and how to go about successfully claiming those lands.
Okay, I'll make it brief so the gentleman can speak next. There are, if you drop me your email, I'm happy to send you the different websites that you can go to. My first thing would be, where do you want to live? You can look
Well,
all over
you
the
were talking about
country.
starting a community, and I was wondering if
Yes,
maybe you'd looked into
yeah.
that and have successfully done it.
This is where I'm
But I
actually
mean, because
taking.
you know the
Go ahead.
Moors did. You know the Moors actually did what you're talking about doing and
Yes.
fought in court, went all the way to Supreme Court
Yeah.
and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, we
they
don't have to
still.
do. Yeah, we don't have to do any of that. That's not where I'm going with it. There is
Mhm.
right now, because of the economics that are taking place, as far as commodities, land is getting cheaper, and it's going to get cheaper as we get closer to the end of the year. Right now,
Mhm.
you can get an acre for $1,000, $950.
Mhm.
You can get a whole acre. Now, varying on state, you can get a well application, have the well put in. You can have what's called, you could do it yourself, or you could hire someone to do it. It's called a perk test, right? And so that's when you test the soil to see what you have and if you can build a well. Um, there are, as you can see now, like Home Depot, Lowe's, they even got those like pop up structures that you can turn into a home. So like I said, and there's many realtors who sell land in what they call pieces. meaning like say for instance, if you want to buy just an acre of property, you can do what's
Mhm.
called owner financing. No credit checks, none of that. And see, that's what's the great thing about buying land. You got to worry about your credit because actually it's going to benefit you because once you buy that piece of property, even if it's empty, it's going to have worth. You can buy it for, I saw a piece of property for $125 in New Mexico, an acre of land. I went and looked up the parcel. You're going to pay $125 and the land empty now is worth $600. You put some stuff on it, have it appraised. Now you have equity and you have something that says, hey, I've got this behind me. The
Can I
technology
ask
that's
you a question when you're
available.
done?
Yes, ma'am. But we're gonna let Yeshua go, and I'll just ask me your question, and
Okay.
I'll answer. I'll answer after him.
Okay.
But yeah, it is about community, and that's why I titled it this way because they also need protection and a community. It's not just one part of us. You have so many different subcultures within our culture alone, just like any other culture. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a black woman in America. So I have to be realistic that that's how I'm seen. Um, and so I want to help people. I'm a labor person. Yes, I went to college. However, the majority of the time I worked. I've been working since I was 13 years old. So yeah, and like I said, if you want any more details or I can go deeper into that, you can go to my YouTube channel. My email is there, and you can shoot me an email. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Cool. All right, sir. Go ahead and Chanel, just ask me your question so I can keep it on mine, and then we're gonna let this gentleman speak.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, is there gonna be some type of um mental health, like therapists and stuff in the community? Because our community does have a lot of trauma and things,
I
and
have, I
that we do need to
yeah,
take care of. And
yes,
unfortunately, the government doesn't really help us with that.
no,
You know
not at all.
how we get that help, because I can say as a black women do offer out their help. There's tons of places where you can get free healthcare and therapists and stuff, but it's really
Yeah,
hard. You really have to know
to get
somebody,
in.
kind of thing. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, I got your question. I will answer after this gentleman speaks. Go ahead, sir. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that one way I find that I know it because a gentleman that lives in Pasadena, and what he was doing, he was buying commercial real estate. Okay, and so what I do is sometimes I go on YouTube and I check out old abandoned cities. Okay, they're abandoned. They're small cities, but they're abandoned. It's nothing there. Nobody there. Nobody lives there. And I noticed what was in some of these places what they're doing. That there were some guys that did go by a, um, a city, a old small little city that was abandoned. This group of black investors got together and they went and bought this. They were trying to purchase. I'm not sure what was the follow up on this, but they went to go try to see if they can purchase this particular land. But first, what they had to do first is buy up the properties first. So that was the catch to it. So I'm finding out um, in old abandoned cities like um, Indiana has a city called Gary, Indiana, and that that part of the city is very abandoned. At one time, as we know, that part of the city was popping, but it's not that anymore. Um, there are different cities out there that are abandoned, smaller cities that are abandoned. That once you buy the property, you're in because they can't take it away from you. Um, um, in that sense. So um, that's something to kind of look in is to go in and be an investor of properties, and that way you can make money, and then that way you can take that investment money and put it in what you want to do as far as buying the land and doing that way. But I do know there are people that are doing it the opposite way, which I just explained, where they're going in and they're buying abandoned small cities and they're fixing them
That's
up.
right.
and that's what they're doing. I seen it, and
Yeah.
I was shocked to see how. I mean, abandoned cities in America. There's a lot of them.
There's a lot.
Yeah, East St. Louis is another place where you can invest like that. It's darn near empty in East St. Louis. It's just like, oh my gosh. But you think that again, and one of the things about our people are selfish. Black people that do got money don't, for some reason, they don't think like this. I don't know what
It ain't just your people that is selfish, bro.
it's a middle block of wealth.
Everybody's selfish.
But my
Let him
point is
finish,
that
sir. Thank you.
I just don't understand why they don't do this, because that real
Yeah.
estate is prime, and I see it right
Yeah.
here in my state, and they did it here, and basically what they would do, they would go pull the records, they would go down to the county records and see what buildings are for sale, because a lot of those old buildings are for sale and they're cheap, but
Yeah.
people don't do that, and so
And
that's
if
what I wanted to
if
say.
you're a minority,
I'm done.
the USDA is giving out grants, $200,000 grants, and to especially minority groups that are wanting to start a business or whatever for free. It's a grant. It's all over, and you can do it easily, especially if you get the same amount of people you got here, determined and willing to do the work. You can do it. It's easy. I don't know why y'all don't do it either. I mean, I think that black communities, black communities are some of the best because I mean, if I mean,
We
even if you say like the ones that don't have morals, but you look at the gangsters, the Bloods, the Crips, whoever, whatever gang you want to look at, they always got a code of ethics. They always
No,
protect
sir.
their own.
There's no code of no ethics and no
Right.
games.
Yeah, there is.
They go
I
hold
grew up
around
with
on,
telling
them.
us,
hold on, guys. No, we're not gonna go down that street. Listen to what you're saying. You gentlemen just. It's interesting to me that that is agreed upon, that you can go into an abandoned city or a city that's almost torn down, go invest money into that real estate and flip it, I guess, or turn it into however. Got you. What I don't
Hmm.
understand is, and I'm gonna give you some numbers, and then y'all tell me if this makes sense. If I have to invest in a property, you looking at a minimum about, with labor, you looking at about $10,000 to $20,000 worth of work and investment, unless you're doing the work yourself. Okay. Secondly, you still have to deal with the city, what the permits are, so on and so forth. In comparison to what I'm doing, which the land is these acres of property, a 1 acre can fit up to, I'll give it a stretch. Building 1,000 square foot home, I can get more out of that building about 20, 25 of those. I'm gonna make more money
Hmm.
doing that than I
That's
would
right.
buying
Yeah,
a
and
piece
that's
of real estate that I don't know if
hmm
it's gonna
right?
fluctuate. Because unless I'm buying up the whole block,
yeah,
I still have
right.
to deal with gentrification.
No, you're right. You're
I
right.
s-
You're
and
right.
so and let me explain something. And I appreciate you saying that, but I'm a person that believes this. It's not about being right for me personally. It's about doing something about a problem that can be fixed. That
Hmm.
enough of the excuses and the games and the blame and all that, there is a way to do it. Technology
Yes.
and history has shown us, here's what you
Yep.
do that you did wrong.
Yep.
Now here's an opportunity to do it right, and I'm trying to do it. And like I said, if I was a
That's it.
man, and I'm just being real, if I was a man talking about this, I would have had the money I needed years ago. But because I'm a black woman, it is, I have been told I'm masculine. I have been told I'm trying to separate people. I have been told that what I'm doing is a pipe dream, which is amazing to me. So I put this to
Mm.
you, gentlemen. Yes, you're absolutely correct. You can get a grant. You can get plenty of grants. But unless you have to have at least an NGO, non-governmental organization, or they prefer you having a nonprofit. That's a 501(c). That's $600 worth of investment that can then turn around and give a person like myself hundreds of thousands of dollars to turn pieces of land that the only people who have the last folk living on it was indigenous folk, some of our ancestors even, and can turn it into something that would be positive. Now, would it turn into a metropolis overnight? No. However, I would rather take, as my grandfather would say, I'd rather take a slow quarter than a fast nickel. And so
Mm.
it's like, I want to unite. I want to work with other people, but I'm ignored as a black woman.
Mm.
And that's that. And it is true. I have been on here, and like I said, I've had some black men who have donated and have been supportive, and what you're doing is this and that, and I appreciate that, and I would never take away from that. However, I've had more that have been negative towards something that would
Mm.
benefit all of us. I mean, in all honesty, it would be because if you have a community and within that community you've created jobs and opportunity. Now see, that's the behind the curtain stuff. I'm not sharing that because it's like
Mm.
first you get started in this direction, then you bring in the other stuff. It's like a step by step process. So, when you guys talk to
Maybe
other men about, like you said, the working man isn't protected. The poor man isn't protected. The disabled man is not protected. But yet, and still, I'll be told because I want to assist those people. The elderly black man that has no one to bring him food. The elderly black woman who her house is falling apart. She
mm,
can't afford to fix it. She's on Social Security, which they're
yeah.
trying to cut. So it's like,
Mhm.
yes, I can hear all of the noise. So that gave me the opportunity to go, there's a solution that can be done,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna do it. So yeah, I get on
There's
here because
always a
I'm trying
solution.
to meet like-minded folks. I'm trying to get people to donate. I'm trying to get people to be a part of it if that's what they want to do and if they true to it. I, I'm I'm
I
going
think if you
to,
keep,
yeah, like it
I think if you keep doing a little more research, you're gonna find out it's gonna. I think
babe,
like anything, any
I've been
problem to solve,
doing I've been doing
you get to
research.
a point where you're so frustrated, and then you're like you're
I'm
about to give
not.
up, and then all of a sudden, I know, but
No.
I'm just saying that you know what I'm talking about. Any difficult problem,
Of
you
course.
get to this point where you're all of a sudden you feel like you hit this wall, right? And then all of a sudden, one little key piece of information comes to you, and then
That's
wham.
it. That's it. However, I'm a person that if I want to know something, I'm gonna find out. I don't care
Yeah.
whether it's through a book, the computer, another human being, me having to go and find out myself. I am that person.
I,
So
I, I, I looked into that a long time ago and I got to a certain point and I figured it all out. And then the rules changed. And then the laws changed. And then they started censoring the internet. And now you can't find the information that I was looking at. I wish I could help you, but it wouldn't be easy. I mean, maybe I can, because I actually, me and my old lady were talking about this last night, and we're about to do the same thing. So I'm about to go on to start researching real estate and stuff like.
what if I told you? Do you have kids? Do you guys have kids?
Yeah, well, mine are all grown. Shit, I'm.
Okay, so it'd just be you and your wife.
Mm,
Right. So if you saw my name or number and I say to you, well, this is the community I'm building. I can put you in a 3 bedroom home, or if you want something a little bigger, and I don't have to charge you more than $800 a month. Water,
Well, we're not interested in
electricity.
paying months.
No, I'm
We're
just
just gonna buy
saying.
it outright.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. But listen to what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying. However, some people can rent, some people can
Mhm.
buy. Those options I can give without batting an eye. And when you talk about rules and regulations, once you know what they are, then you know what to do to work with them or around them. Like
I'll
I
tell you
said,
something. I'll tell
I
you.
ain't no joke. Okay, I ain't here just playing
I'll
house.
tell you
Okay, that's
something.
all. That's all I'm gonna
Let me
say.
tell you something.
Hold on, real quick.
Something. All
Um,
right.
we have someone new on the panel. Which one is here? I definitely want to give you your piece. Thank you for coming up. Okay, and Mike, go ahead and if you don't mind, just tell me what you was getting ready to say, so this young lady get a chance to speak.
Well, I'm actually just listening right now.
Okay,
So
thank
yeah, go
you.
ahead and talk, and
All
I'm
right,
just listening for right
thank
now. Yeah.
you.
I, I would like to say that what your point was about buying a small piece of land and putting a bunch of rental places on it was pretty good because here there's something new has happened. I live on a lake in Texas, and it has pretty much for as long as I can remember, population was 800, but all of a sudden it's booming, right?
Mm-hmm.
So so what happened was these guys, somebody had took and bought land close to the lake, or not even close to the lake actually, but what they did was they, like you were talking about, they buy an acre or two, and they started putting up these little cottages, these little 1 bedroom, one bath.
Tiny homes. Yep, tiny homes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just one, and you could put like, I think right now I'm looking at this guy. He's got like probably 20, 25 of these things on his
On
acre of land,
one,
two
and
acres.
I'll tell you this.
And
On
he
one
charges,
acre,
listen to me, he charges $800 a lot, a home per month, and there's 5 or 6 of the same sort of things going, and they're still popping up.
yeah, because people need
I'm telling
affordable
you,
housing. There's
and they
no
want to get out,
housing.
and listen to me, they want to get out of the city,
Yes,
and they
they
want to
do.
still be able to commute to work. So
Well, you can now.
we're 80 miles from Houston, right?
Yeah.
And these people are moving up here. I don't know why, just to get out of the damn city, and they're paying all this, and they're just living like in tiny homes right next to each other, like a trailer park or an apartment, and it's pretty interesting. And so we're thinking about doing that ourselves. I've
Well,
been trying
because
to talk her into it for years.
it's straight capital. It's
Hmm.
straight capital. So I like I said, I know that a
She
lot of
wouldn't
time.
listen to
Oh,
me.
wait a
So,
minute. Maybe have her talk to me. Have her talk. I
well,
probably can get her to.
she's listening now. It took a
Oh,
couple years, but
hello. Hello.
all
I'll
right,
tell you
that's it.
this.
I'm done. I'm done. Yeah.
But yes, it can be done, and I suggest to have that uh as an option is there. Like it's not hidden. And like I said, my frustration comes from the argument of, well, what about I don't
Well, if
when
you
you
could
look
find a community
around,
of people,
if you look around, oh, that's not a problem. Let me tell you something.
if you could
If
find a
I
community,
if I
if
have
you're
pieces of
poor
property
and you have a
and
community of people that can go in together and
yes,
get grants, loans, whatever, and y'all start small and build
that's
up
what we're
big, there's
doing.
no limit.
Yes,
There's
that's
no limit.
right. That's right. So I do appreciate it. I appreciate you always coming up. Which one did you have something to say?
Well, I just wanted to say that upon considering doing tax lien investments, I thought what I found out was in the Midwest, like the brother was talking about St. Louis. They have a lot of property that's dirt cheap right now too, and that if you get buy that up right now, those are really good places as well to own property and probably put up um, you know just put up tiny homes. There's this city that my friend, oh my God, she's from. It's a small it's a small town in Missouri, not too far away from St. Louis. I wish I could. I'll by the time we get off, I'll have the name of it. But
That's cool.
yeah, but I just know that that land is just it's really affordable. There's a lot of abandoned cities, like he was saying, and how we've talked about plenty of times about just different ways that we can build homes without having
Right.
to cost so much.
Yeah.
And then even just how you were talking about growing foods with the hydroponics, the aeroponics, and the
That's
aquaponics, and
right.
just having whether it's a lot, and then we're just putting two tiny homes on it. It's that affordable that I don't have all the numbers. I know you do,
Mhm.
and always be telling you about giving your intellectual property. But
Listen.
I'm saying,
Look, I
yeah,
will
I'm
tell
just,
you this, and you'll be so
but
proud. I want
girl,
the website is going up this week,
yes,
and I will have my consulting business on the same website. So
you should. You are a
if
wealth of
you,
knowledge.
oh, thank you. If you have a piece of property that you're trying to turn it into something, then I can focus just on you, or we can work together. However, it's still new. I am, of
Girl,
course.
all you need to do is just go on all the platforms that you've been on and take everything that you said and put
Girl.
and just put that on there, okay?
Well, I appreciate, like I said, I have no doubt, and I appreciate the whether you guys were women or men. However, I appreciate that there is there are people who believe in what I'm talking about. It's not every revolution, so to speak, has had a small group of people. Just to Purple's point, that it doesn't have to be like the Revolutionary War. We were running around with muskets. Ain't nobody doing that. I'm trying to build my little house, grow my food, sell it, take care of people, build homes, have a community. And I want to answer Chanel's question real quick. And then Purple, if you have something to say, I'd love to hear it. So let me answer your question, Chanel. What my plan is for health services is I'm going to take it out of the playbook of the indigenous, the Navajo who live not that far from us. What they do is they will bring in professionals and give them free housing, and give them a stipend to work in the community. So we can do that because I bet you there's plenty of health professionals that would be like, what a free house. Say what? Because it is about my people. It's not just about conquering anyone. It's about giving people peace and the ability to live and feel like a full on human being and not go outside. You could go outside and stand on your street. Well, at first they're gonna be dirt, but you can stand on your street. I don't know, for anybody that is on my Instagram, that's the land I got. I don't know if anybody has seen it yet.
That land is in Arizona, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm in Vegas, and I
I
was going to
know.
say,
Yes,
have
ma'am.
you considered, I think we had talked about it a little bit, the land right at the end of Oregon and the beginning of Nevada.
Yes.
that land out there, because we talked about this before. Because
Right.
again,
My
I remember they were selling like acres for 1,000
they
in
still are.
2000.
They still are, girl. They
Yeah.
still are. And guess what? This is what I'd love to do. My goal is to buy up as much as I can, even if it's in pieces.
Well,
Right now, like
sister.
I was saying, it's like I found an acre of property in New Mexico for $950. Come on.
Well, I'm telling you that
Come on. So
since I'm
yes,
gonna be here for a
Nevada.
minute,
Yes, ma'am.
I want to discuss that property that I was talking about, and you know, purchasing and doing something there because
Okay.
yeah,
I
I'm
would love to. I would love
yeah,
to work with
yeah,
you
we need
and
to
get
talk
that
about
popping
that.
for you. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I just want to
Yeah.
kind of just start off with just,
Just your
something for
basics
small.
for y'all. And then
Yeah.
grow. And if you decide to grow, it's your
And then
choice.
just, yeah, enough
Yeah.
for me and then maybe some rental
Well,
property.
you would be my first consulting.
Yeah. So I'm ready to
Hey.
do that because,
I'm
ever
ready to
since
get on
I
the
heard
plane.
you probably like, months ago, I was
Oh
like,
my
this
God, I
girl's the truth. I
know.
loved it.
Right?
So, yeah.
Well, like I said, I wanted to put the pictures out because people did donate to help me make that purchase. And it's so crazy because I told you about the 10 acres I had. But once I talked to the county engineer, he told me, he was like, yeah, there's a different flood zone, floodplain. There would be an issue, and we could only get one septic tank on the property. So the realtor I was working with was really great, gave me back my money. I got back on the grind. It took me like 2 days in the name to find that piece of land that I have now. So we are good to go. And I found out, like I said, $100 for my well application to get the well on the property. And like I said, this first property would be the initial folk. You know what I'm saying? Like those who
Oh,
want
yeah.
to, yeah. So my home would be on there. The first one of the first greenhouses would be on there. Because I do want to buy land in the West. I've
Yeah.
seen, and it is acres and acres of property. I just saw somebody is selling over 720 acres. That's a city.
So, Chocolate,
Hmm.
what city in Arizona?
It is a city called Holbrook.
And how
Holbrook.
far is that from Vegas?
5
Yeah.
hours.
How many?
5 hours or a train ride. I can pop on the train because I'm up that way, and I'm right off of 40, so it wouldn't be
Take that
nothing.
long. So
Yep.
from like the Grand Canyon, how far?
Oh, I think I'm only maybe 2 3
Two?
hours.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
thinking. Yep.
yeah,
Because
because
I
we were
know
talking
the
about
Grand
it.
Canyon is like two. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like the possibilities are endless, and like I said, if don't nobody want to do it, that's okay. That just means more for me on my plate. Look,
And
I
if you
want
do wind
to.
up,
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Purple. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I
No, no,
apologize.
no, don't
And
be. You always so quiet. Go for it, girl.
okay, well, I was going to say, if you do wind up with a city, you may be able to make a connection with a sister city because, like here in Virginia, we do have like sister cities and they'll do things with to support one another type of thing.
Oh
So
yeah.
there can there's different ways to outreach to other communities and interact with other communities and set that foundation. Because one of the main mistakes that we have made, well, we had in the past, because we really didn't have support other communities around us, is that we were isolated as a community by just the virtue of extending ourselves and connecting into other communities and developing those relationships. That would be a lot of help because, like here in Virginia, when that church was going around and trying to provoke people into reacting to them so they could sue the people that they were demonstrating against, the spiritual community came out in droves to protect Louisiana synagogue I was a part of at that time. We had people from all walks of spirituality
And that's
to
what I'm
come
talking
out and
about.
connect.
Right. Exactly.
So,
It doesn't matter. It's about connection. It's about,
yes,
you know what my vision is this. Somebody got, oh, that's you, Purple. Okay.
yeah,
The vision,
sorry
no,
about
no,
that.
no, you're fine. Don't apologize. The thing about that is whatever happens as far as government is concerned, right? Let's say we're getting ready to go into a housing recession. We have
Right.
inflation that may have
Right, I
gone
saw
down like
that.
a hot 5 cents. The things that the government and those in those power positions are looking at are the stock market, the commodities, tech, manufacturing. These are opportunities that can, and I'm only going so far. These are opportunities that can be created. See, I just, like I said before, and I keep saying the same thing. Not only did I study agriculture, but manufacturing and technology because they all intertwine. And if we have a good foundation for those of us who are working or just want to be comfortable, the people in the middle, not the folks that want to be super rich with a yacht. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who want to just live, people who want to spend time with their children, people that want to take care of their elderly. We don't have housing for our elderly black people.
And for a country that's supposed to love their military so much, we don't have housing for our
Honey,
veterans neither.
no, no. I just talked to a woman who has 30 acres and she wants to build housing for veterans, female veterans, as a matter of fact. Well, just women, period, who they're underserved. There's so many communities that is a part of the black community that are not being taken care of. And if it's an issue of money, the government will give it to you. Because they have this money allocated and then it looks good on them. Oh, look at what we're doing for these little black people. Wow.
Yeah,
Last year,
right. Yeah.
last year
Fuck the
they
white
said
people, right?
no, not at all. My thing is
Yeah.
this. No,
I
that's
know
your
white people already had, white people already got it good, right?
no, no, they don't. Because I
Mm.
grew up with
Veterans
the
does include white people, sir.
exactly. I just said women. I didn't say black, white,
Yeah,
Latino.
you did. You said black,
No, I'm a
black,
black
black.
woman. Yes, sir. I'm proud to be a black
That's
woman
what.
and I'm going to talk about my black community. That
But you
doesn't
just said
mean
they got all this money for
no,
these
I said
poor
the
black people.
government.
Yeah, you just said
Yes, I
rewind it.
did. No, I know what I said. I said the government has grants because I
I'm
would
just
never take
playing
a
with you.
loan. I know you are. That we can get and that it looks good on our
It's
country. And
true.
I'm not like I said.
No, it's true.
I've studied from the top to the bottom. I went to school with the boys
That's
who was like, they call me white trash, and the girls who was white and poor. I never have looked at life in that way because I know what white folks will do to their own people. Like I said,
mm,
And
if they don't teach you anything else in this country, it's European history.
and
that's
So
right.
yeah, that's a
Yeah, I
fact.
was surprised the other day when I had talked to you and you said that the minority was the white European.
why? Why were you so
Kind of blew my
surprised?
mind because
Why?
even whites don't say that.
Oh, I got a little bit of white, but it ain't a lot. Hold on, let me add
I
which one back in. I
got a
do.
lot of black, but it ain't nothing. And I'm also adopted into the Creek tribe, Creek natives. I thought I, but before I realized I was white. I thought I was a Native American. I didn't find out that I wasn't a Native American until I was about 13. And my mom told because I kept getting in fights at school. They were saying, "Man, you ain't no Native American. You white." I'm
But
like,
again,
"I'll
it's
beat
the
them up."
same, it's the same thing that we have been taught to be divisive. We have been
Yeah,
imprinted to be divisive. And those of us
that's
who
right.
don't give a rat's ass about the color or your
Hmm.
culture, if anything, we should sit down and learn from each other. But however, there's only going to be certain people who do that. I have friends who are persuasion and who have been down for me and broke bread with me and helped me feed my family and been there for me. I'm looking at the person. I know Apache folk. I know Navajo people, and these women were wonderful to me. So it's like
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
attitude of having to be
Yeah.
divisive. If anything, what was
Hmm.
funny to me is when I moved to Arizona, I never in my life thought I had to prove my blackness so much until
Right.
I got to Arizona because
Wow.
Oh,
nobody,
why is that?
yeah,
Why is
Why?
yeah,
that?
Yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah,
want to know
yeah.
why.
Um, you know, this society is a hot mess. When I got
Well, never
to
mind. Yeah.
no, when I got to Arizona, it was a culture shock for me because there was no black people. Like, and if you saw
Where you?
them,
Where are you? Are you from the city of like a large black area or something?
yes, and I'm from in between Columbus and Cleveland. So those are
Oh,
two very large black populations.
mhm.
And it was funny. The gentleman said, "Are you talking about separating?" But when you go to Columbus, it's very separate.
Mhm.
Um, it is divided up,
Well, it's
and
weird
that's
because
true.
even like, see, I'm from Houston, and it's considered to be the most international diversity in the world, right? But in truth, they actually do divide up. So you'll have the Asians over here, but they
Yes,
don't. Not all Asians. They don't click up there. They'll
right,
have the
of course.
Vietnamese.
Hey,
They'll
it's
have
you
the
have a choice.
Chinese. They'll have the
You have a
yeah.
choice. So to answer your question, which one? Which was it was funny to me because I worked for the school system, and one of the drivers that I was cool with, his name was Jaime. He was Mexican. He was hilarious. And one day
Yeah.
we're cleaning the bus because I was a bus driver, child. And so
Right.
he was telling me about his son, and he said, "My son is dating a black woman." And I said, "That's great." He said, and he looked straight in my face and said, "But you don't look black." I had one of my, still to this day, we're friends. I met her and her husband. They were both Mexican. um, and one day she says to me, "Man, you're not even a real black person. You all proper and you all like." And I said, "Is it because the only black people you know is who you see on the videos and television? Or if you're trying to compare me to there's different types of us."
Mhm.
And then I was taking a cab home one day, and there was a driver. He was really nice, man, and he started telling me this story about a Navajo ritual. And then at the end of the cab ride, he looked at me and he said, "Yeah, because when I see Navajos, it's we have to have these conversations." And I looked at him and I said, "Are you talking about me? I'm not no kind of hoe. I'm not a Navajo, but thank you. I think it's but when it comes down to it, and what I realized is that because we've been so separated, we don't realize that they're really, other than culture, the differences are very small, you know.
That is
and
true. Yeah.
and what was hilarious to me
Yeah,
was
that's so true. Yep.
um it was a compliment and then it was weird at the same time because it was like,
Hmm.
I was always questioned about who and what my either my
Well,
ethnicity, my nationality. It was wild, but
yeah.
they had never,
Oh,
the people I had met. I even
I
met this
always.
driver who, I'm sorry, I'll finish, I
Mhm.
promise. I met this driver. He was a fellow driver. He was French, coolest accent in the world, right? And one day we were sitting and he was talking to me and he was like, "You could just talk to everybody." And I said, "But why not though? Like, why can't I talk to everybody?" The question is not that, you know, why can't I? If I'm supposed to be, this is supposed to be the home of the brave and the free,
Right.
then I'm gonna be brave and I'm gonna be free. And
feel
I
you.
know that there is still limitations to that. I get that. But I am
Right.
fine with getting to my destination. And if I can assist others to get to their destination safely and be who they want to be, that's it.
So I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
This new community, is it for Black people or for everyone? And also women or men and women too? What is it? What are we doing first?
Well, first, it will probably be more of a family oriented community, um, because I know that there's a lot of larger families who are homeless currently.
Mhm.
Um, but what's so great about it is that I have the ability to build any type of community that's necessary. There might be a community built that's just for women who are coming out of battered situations. There, I want to build a community that, teenagers can come to. We have a lot of children who are on the street because either, they don't want to conform, or whether something has happened, or whether they have chosen to live a different lifestyle, and it's just enough. So the first thing would be, like I said, I'm putting together an application, so that I can pretty much use that, and it's going to be work, and I'm cool with that. To find the people who are interested, because that's where it starts. Who's interested in coming? Who's interested in getting a home built for them? Who's interested in renting or buying? Those particular things that I can offer people is something that's exciting. I just want to give people a safe space. And like I said, I think the first acre, I'm leaving that open to the initial group, who wants to, come and live and work, on the property. You know what I mean? So um yeah, that would be it. It would be an application process, and then we separate it based on that.
Okay, so everyone can come.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
um Now, am I going to push for it to be more people? Am I going to reach out to Black folks first? Yes, I am. um because we are hit the hardest when these type of things happen. I
Yeah,
mean,
then we see those. Sorry for cutting you off.
no,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, it's okay. We're having a discussion. I grew up in a household where folks will cut you off having 50 conversations, so I'm used to it. But of course, I appreciate you
Yeah, he's
saying
pretty
you
good at
apologize.
it.
Thank you very much, sir. I was
You
also
are very good at. You're good at moderating.
I was a facilitator and a teacher. I can hold my own sometimes. But yes,
Good.
I want to unify, but I'm not unrealistic. I want to help my people, of course. I'm not going to sit here and pretend, but it doesn't mean that I would be down or turn away a person that is not Black, if they need my assistance. I'm not going to do it, because
What
all the
about
Black,
what
every
about when you say families? What
hmm
about a community that's just are you
single
saying
parent.
women? Yeah, like single parents. Like
Yeah,
could that
yeah,
be single
women
single
with their
women or even
children,
single male? Because I know just your
single
so
fathers.
my whole thing is I
Yeah.
know that your main focus is children. From to this is what I'm gathering.
Well, I will say that I do have a huge spot in my heart for children, true enough. But children can't thrive if the adults aren't thriving. You
Right.
feel
So
me?
what I'm saying is that
Mm.
if there's a single mother
Right.
and there's a single father that are homeless,
Yes.
what kind of people are you going to like what is the niche, the first niche that you're
I,
going
I got
for?
I got what you're saying. Well,
Yeah.
first,
Yeah, the first niche.
we're going to have to work with people that are at least able to pay some sort of rent. And the only reason I say that is because until
You're
certain grants
discriminatory.
until certain grants come through, we kind of have to play it by ear. So if I can build one house for a person and they're like, yes, I can pay, I work from home or I can work here or however, then that person, those funds can go into me building another house for a family that can't pay anything. See, the monies that are coming in are going to be used to assist those who cannot assist themselves. And again, that comes down to an application process. I have no other way to do that other than
Mhm.
breaking it down in that way. And then
So you
seeing,
realize you're not doing anything different than what the 1% that rule the world are doing, right? So you could just assimilate and do the
We
same
don't want to
thing
get into that
and be,
conversation again.
well, here's the thing
and be,
about that. I'm never in my life or never in this choice of venture do I
have you
have.
ever met a 1%er?
Yes, I have, and I've worked for them as well. Um, and I learned as much as I could. um,
Were they Jewish?
no. So anyway, with to answer your question, from the research I've done, the easiest thing is the application process. Lay out what things are happening, doing background checks on people. You can't come if you have a criminal background, depending on what you got. If you got a felony for something that, can be okay, I get that, then fine. But like I said, where I draw the line is I'm not for the bullshit. I'm not for the racism. I'm not for the bigotry. I'm not for you coming in and bullying nobody. If you on some deep, oh, it only can be such and such, I can't help you. What I can do though is help those who just need that that initial break, that breather to regain what they do. Everybody ain't gonna live there forever. It may not. But to
Let
answer
me
your
ask you.
question completely, yes, it's an application process. And so what I have done is I am putting a board together so that I can make these decisions objectively and we can look at all sides. I don't want it to be just a one and done process. I
Let
want
me
to,
ask you
if I have
something.
to, I want to Zoom meet, I want to Instagram meet, I want to talk to you and find out the human who is behind this application. And, if I can help you, fine. If not, you get your money back. So that's it.
If you were a 1%er, would you be doing the same thing that you're thinking about doing, or would you just be worried about yourself and doing your own thing?
No, I'd do the same. I know I do the same
Because
thing.
because what you just said is that you're doing it for profit.
Well, I have to because unless we trade
No, you
rules,
don't.
hold on,
No,
sir.
you could teach people to do the same thing that you're
I am.
trying to do.
If you
You
go to
know,
my YouTube page, that those questions
okay.
are answered.
Because earlier I brought up, and you said, "Well, then I'd have to start a 501(c)(3), and that costs $600, and I would have to do this."
No, I still
And that's
need to do that. I still have to do that. That's a separate issue. Because
but
I
then
can get
why?
grant.
Look, what my
Mhm.
point is, why do you need to do this for people and do all this work to help them out instead of just teaching them how to do what you want to do? You know what I'm saying?
Why
Why don't you just teach them to do what you want to do, what you're talking about now? Just teach them how to become go from zero to hero instead of setting
because
it all up and then
I want to show people that it can
Because
exist.
people want to see results.
Exactly.
people
Because
like people want to
and
see
see
it,
and let's just be
and then
real
they'll listen to you when you can show them.
exactly. And so that's why I am very transparent. I don't have to share nothing. But I feel as though if I'm trying to enter into this realm of assisting people, I've worked for social services before. I've worked,
why wouldn't you just teach them to do what the 1% have done?
but I am teaching them that as well. No, like I said, there's a lot
But
going on
yeah,
behind the
how
scenes.
could you condemn the 1% and then show them what the 1% do?
I'm not condemning anybody. Why would I condemn them?
Did
The
I
one
thought you said
percent. Go ahead.
Anyway, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Listen,
I
I
thought you
understand
said.
that. Go
I
ahead.
think
What
he
did
was
you think?
speaking on like the criminal thing, and I think it's not
But see,
really.
I think that people think the 1% are bad because they don't have what they have.
Well, I don't think
I think
that.
they're just, and I
I
think
don't
that a
think
lot
that
of
at all.
people are just jealous and envious.
Maybe, but there's a lot of
Yeah.
people who just need. Let me ask you this question, because
A lot of
I'm gonna
people
throw
just want
it.
to survive and just do it a better way. You
Exactly.
know, I
So
mean,
the
really, we can go
person,
into all the
But you know
conspiracy
yeah,
theories,
what?
but people
Even
just
hold
the
want to
on,
rich
find a
folk,
better way.
even the
hold
rich
on,
folk commit suicide.
Well,
sir.
I mean, they
Am
do
I
it the
gonna have
most.
to? Have you been here too long? Is it past your bedtime? We ain't talking about that. We not talking about that. Please don't say that on here, because those are keywords that they try to cause somebody a problem about. Look, however people see it, I can't stop your perception, but I can show you what I'm able to do, just like any other person in this country that has created things that we benefit from, like YouTube. He's a 1%er. Google is a 1%er. But we use all of their technology without a blink. We buy the laptops and the phones and the whole nine. We're nothing but consumers. And then they make it where it's not even longevity on the things that we purchase or live in, because they want to they want some more of your money. So it's like, let me create, need, let me create demand. That's how that works. I don't want to do that, because
All
there's
right, so
another way to do it. There's another way to do it.
all right, but then you have to contend with the fact that you can't just own land; you have to buy land. So
I
who are
am.
you buying it from, and how did they get it in the first place? And now you're talking about going back and living the same way that the natives before the white government came in.
No, no. What
And
I
I told
said,
you earlier that they had a government,
hold on,
and you
sir.
said, well, before
That's
the
not,
government came in,
I'm talking about the
Well, you can
government.
govern yourselves within inside the community
that's
too.
Eh,
right, you
That's
can, but
you can,
that's
but
this,
exactly what was here before, and they
okay,
were
so
conquered. What I'm trying to say is
are you
force
saying I'm gonna get
rules.
conquered? Is that what you're
I'm
saying to
saying
me?
in Little
everybody is
Italy, in
already.
Chinatown, I'm
I'm
sure all
saying
those
that you're
towns
coming
all
from a
over
Hold
slave
on,
mentality.
I'm sure all those towns in those little
hold on. Which
Italies
one?
and all
Hold on,
those,
baby. Wait a
they
minute.
have
Hold
some
on.
rules.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me go back here. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm coming from a slave mentality. Is that what I heard you say?
Right. Yeah.
Interesting.
Because there's no way to get out of that.
Get
You
out of
were
what?
indoctrinated the slave mentality.
Well, you're
There's
a
no way
slave
to get
too.
out of it. That's right.
Okay, so what's that mean? What are we talking about?
What that
Like,
means, render unto Caesar what is Caesar. So when you talk about buying something, you're talking about using a legal tender, a debtor's note,
okay,
right? So you have to build up this accumulation of debtors notes, and you have to render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. But guess what? Even though you think you paid and purchased and bought something, it's still not yours. It's still theirs.
okay. Well, guess what? I'm ready to gamble that chance, because
And
life
unless you're
is.
And I
able,
have a plan for her.
and
We
unless
have
you're
a plan.
capable of defending that and fighting
Yes,
and
yes, I
using
am.
force against force,
Yes, I
then
am.
you're not capable.
Yes, I am.
But
Can I
you,
say something?
just like Joe Biden said, you can't fight American government without an F-15. You know what I mean? So
No, we
Can I
going.
say
think
something,
about that.
please?
Yes,
You're talking about drones,
it's
electronic
my.
surveillance,
It's my.
robots.
I'm gonna pause you. I'm gonna
Let
pause
me.
you.
Look,
I want to say something after he gets done speaking.
Go
you
ahead.
know that Waco had already tried that. The guys at Waco.
I am not a cult, nor am I
I
David
didn't say you
Koresh,
were,
but
and
don't
neither were
compare.
they.
Yes,
They were not a
Okay.
cult. No, they were not.
Okay,
That's
we
just the
not.
This is what
propaganda
he
that
was
you
doing
were.
last time when we were
Bye
on the phone.
bye, sir. Please don't make me put you down. Please, I don't want to put
Can
you in
I
the
now
back.
can I speak?
Yes,
Well, I
please.
will
Which
say
one?
this is that I do have a thorough plan of how to govern ourselves, all written out, all just everything from the structure, just different platforms, and just even basically a whole graphical situation display of how
If
a
you had
community
it
can
all
work.
planned out, why
How
do you need a community? And why
Okay, you're cutting me off. I'm not even finished talking. Okay,
If
let me
you
you
finish.
interrupt,
shouldn't
Be
you
let's
shouldn't be
not be
able to
rude.
finish? Why do you
Let's
need
not
it?
be rude. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Thank you.
I'm going to have to tell you it's my listen. I understand you like to play devil's advocate, but we're not doing that. I'm not. That's not what I'm about.
No, not tonight. But I
I'm
do. But
not.
I do.
Yeah,
I
go
do want to
ahead.
finish. So, but I was saying that I have a whole plan laid out. It's digitized. It's it goes over just growing foods, um, education, how to govern yourselves, it's technology, and I have a website actually that
Well, go ahead with your bad self.
girl, and it's on an intranet, so it's not even like exposed and anything.
I
I have
got
it all
you.
in data, and I have been like basically piecing it all together for the past since like September of last year. And
And that's
so what I'm
crazy.
saying is that
Yeah,
all of
and
this
now we
extra,
meet.
that's why I said when I ran into you and you were talking about building homes and
Yeah.
building, these infrastructures without, off grid and being able to sustain ourselves. I'm like, I met you for a reason because I have a plan, and I have a friend of mine that's in IT who was helping me, basically, because it's all in code and a lot of it. So it's code, but it's a lot of data. And I really have just been like, you know, basically putting it all over my, just on different platforms as far as, on my computer and just piecing it all together. And it's just
Yeah.
coming together beautifully. And so it's like you actually starting this whole, put it into just actually,
Might as well
with the
call it a
land,
we'll call it a minute.
researching.
What you call that? A movement. We'll just call it a
Yeah,
movement.
it
'Cause
just kind of like all came together. And I was like, this is what I was looking for. This is my part. I even have just a whole culture as far as like how we should govern ourselves in our government. And yes, we all know that we are going to have some sort of interaction with just modern society.
I
But
mean,
we still, just like everyone has religions, just like everyone has cultures and
exactly.
traditions, we can
Right.
still govern ourselves
What
and
is the
have our
math?
own civilization the
Yes.
way that we want to, basically rebranding us as a
Right.
people. And that's why, but my thing is specifically, it's niche based, it's specifically for just black people. So that's the thing that I'm that I feel that just like they have Little Italy, just like they have Chinatown, just like they have all these Amish town. I feel that that was one thing that really resonated with me, is that you were, one of your biggest focuses were on black people. But of course we know that we're going to have to integrate
Yeah.
to a certain extent. But
But I'm not
we
gonna
who's our community?
apologize.
Who's going to
Right.
listen to us? Who's the one that are going to be able to
Which
that
one? We gonna hold your thought.
girl, I'm
We gonna
telling
let
you.
let purple come through. What's on
Go
your mind,
ahead.
girl? And Chanel after that, please.
Because that's why me and her connected as well. Because I'm a chief of my tribe. I'm a associate chief in the tribe. A lot of the conversations she's having, we as a group have had, things are doable. And what I cannot stand is a defeatist attitude. Because once you commit to yourself that you're going to do something, reality works overtime to help you accomplish it. Just like there's no accident that you met Chocolate Earth, there's no accident that I met her. Because these things are doable. And it's a beautiful thing when you're having all the pieces fall into place. Nikola Tesla, there was a lot of things that were said against him that he wouldn't be able to do this, he wouldn't be able to do that. This man caused a freaking earthquake in the city
Yes.
because he was creating different inventions. A lot of the crap that you see today is actually Nikola Tesla's
Yes.
stuff.
Speak it,
And
sis.
matter of fact, when he died, your government, the United States government, went in and confiscated his stuff because this man was so prolific that he was creating stuff all the time. And what a lot of people don't understand, when you get into the flow state, you get lots and lots of information. There was even a comment that was accredited to Michael Jackson that he said that he had to race to get to sleep because he wanted to get to the songs before Prince did. Because reality really doesn't work the way people think it does. And once you tap into that infinite intelligence, the information is available to be had by anybody. That's why you can have some people thinking that people stole their stuff when it was just actually both people received that download from the infinite intelligence and both of them did it. So anything that you can imagine is doable. And I have never been a person to think that, oh my God, life has dealt me such a horrible card. I'm a former epileptic. I haven't had a seizure since I was 10 years old because I decided at 10 that I was going to tell the God within me either kill me or cure me. And I don't care which one you do, but this here is today. I came off of glasses. I came off of epileptic medications. I haven't used glasses or epilepsy medication since I was 10 years old. I'm 45 now. So once you decide that you're going to stand on your square and you're going to do what you say you're going to do, everything will actually conform to help you. Thus, it's no accident that she's met you, that she met Heart of Inspiration. She's met all these people to help get accomplished what it is that she's going to do. And it's going to get done. Just like she's going to do it, we're in the process of doing things. And I love the fact that you don't have your stuff for mass consumption because everything is not meant to be mass consumed.
Exactly. Exactly. Miss Chanel, where you at, bag?
I'm here.
You sleepy?
No, I'm listening.
What I do want to know. Like I said, I appreciate people coming up, but I'm not having it. I'm just not. I don't like that on pretty much any of the panels that I get on, and you want to have an argument about something that doesn't even matter anymore. Like I'm done talking about the history. If you know so much history,
go write a book.
Then
But unfortunately, they
But
can't
it
read
goes
this.
damn, which was
it goes back to
They can't read it.
Go
it
ahead.
goes back to applied knowledge.
Yeah,
What's the use of
exactly.
knowing the history if you don't ever put it to use and
Right.
make it so
Yeah.
that your community benefits from it?
And then
Well, you
I
know,
do the analysis paralysis, but never make
oh
Thank
my
you.
moves,
God.
right?
This
And
is the second time I've heard that. You know who said this? He repeated exactly what Dr. Umar Johnson said. He was
right,
like, you have to look, you got to have the analysis. And I was talking to the
but you
television
get
like,
this
what
paralysis and
analysis?
get all of
We've
this
got enough analysis.
just sit still. And I just said, you know what? I got this information. I'm going to utilize it. And I even told
Right.
you just recently, I just started getting downloads and I'm already, just just I already told you my Hopopono Hopoponono, right? I'm
Yeah,
Oh,
already on
Papa
that
no no.
meditation. Yes,
I know
yeah,
what
the
you're talking
Hawaiian,
about.
yeah.
Hmm.
a
We were
Hawaiian,
talking about that.
yeah, and I'm going
And
to,
that's
I'm doing the practitioner for that, and I'm
mhm.
a priestess, and I'm getting all these downloads right now because I know
Oh,
that this
we
is
need to
my time,
connect
and
then,
I
Miss
met you
Lady. Hmm.
for this reason at this time. And I was telling Chocolate Earth just yesterday or the day before yesterday that within the last year, mainly within the last I would say after my uncle just passed, it's almost been a month. I just got these serious downloads that just came in heavy like a flood. And I'm not going to get all into that right now, that's for another show, but I'm just saying that it's been a life transformation and I'm ready. So I'm just like, and resources have been coming in and I'm like, it's time, let's do this, come
Yes,
on, let's do
let's
this.
go.
Hmm.
Yes, and
And
I wanted to say that, yeah, again with the applying knowledge, like I always get on these panels, I hear that these people know that there's free stuff out there. They know that these things are accessible. That's what Chocolate Earth is doing. But again, it's always the history, the excuses of not doing it
And then
and
we,
procrastinating about doing it. And I don't understand why they have so much, backtrack for Earth when she's really trying to do it. She's not only fighting through the system, she's fighting
because
through,
whether they want to admit it or not, Chanel, it's
right.
because I'm not a man. I'm gonna change my avatar. I'm gonna
It's
see.
not.
I'm gonna
It's
see.
not only that. It's because when
Oh
you
gosh.
because you're
when
close.
you when you are doing what you're doing, you are making people uncomfortable in their comfort zone because they
Hmm.
look at you and say, if you can do it, then there's no excuse why I shouldn't be doing what I know I'm supposed to be doing. It's
Absolutely.
about the level of accountability that you create just by your presence alone being there.
But yeah, that's what I don't like. And they say that, black women are trying to be emotional and we're trying to attack. When in actuality, we're trying to find a problem too. It's like, how can we find a problem when we can't be a part of the conversation? Most of these times, even when we do have input and want to be part of the bigger picture, they say like, oh, well, you're a woman, you can't do it. Well, oh yeah, that's a man's job. A man's supposed to do that. And I think it just makes it harder, even as women, for us to come together. Because when we do come together, we're even going to have to face those men that, were speaking down on us. And I think just us showing people that it can be done, hopefully like minded people will join us.
Well, let me tell you something,
Oh,
Chanel. Just to
I'm,
sweetie,
give
I'm
like-minded
about
you,
I'm
people
about
will.
who's ever ready because that's where I'm at this point,
you know
and I
what? Let
know
me tell
that
you.
the
Give me
resources
just a
is
second.
gonna
Which one?
happen.
Give me just a second. So I'm gonna tell you this, Chanel. I was thinking about you the other day, and it made me laugh because when we was on the panel the other night, and dude said, "If I brought you
Girl.
home, wait, let me get it out. If I brought you home to my daddy and you said you was trying to build something, he'd be like, why is she doing it? You need to do it." And I, and he tried to make it seem like, okay, because men from the South, this is how. No, no, it's a lot of men from everywhere. However, I will tell you this: this is the only goals that are taking place right now. Um, with the land already got, I'm going. I am looking for an RV, and then we gone.
Right.
That's
Ah,
what I'm talking about. You gonna get it,
don't
girl.
start messing with me,
That's
purple in the background. Don't start.
seriously, girl.
But
Don't
yeah,
say that I told you. You just need to be around the right women,
that's
the
it.
right people, though.
Hmm.
That's it.
Because I'm
That's
not
it.
even gonna. I'm gonna say there are some people just like the brother came on the other night who was like, "Where's your stuff? Let me help you." It's the right
Yeah.
people because people
Hmm.
are ready. There's some people that
And
are just ready, and it's
yes,
time.
and we not only need to address it in the physical realm, we also need to address the spiritual
Oh,
because
Exactly.
people
absolutely.
don't
Yes, that's
realize
what these downloads
that.
are coming from. I'm gonna share them with you too.
Yes, because people don't realize part of the reason why the community as a whole has failed is because they have been unarmed in an area that's extremely important, the spiritual side of it. They're not just coming at you in the 3D, they're also coming at you in the spiritual realm. And
Yeah.
if you're unarmed in the spiritual realm, they can wipe the floor with you.
And they love to use the Bible. And I think religion
Hmm.
is the biggest division on the planet. The whole planet is divided into religion. Countries are divided into religion. So I think, like our own people use religion against us. And people don't understand it even in the black community. Everybody's not Christian. Everybody doesn't believe the same thing. But unfortunately, because of that, we can never make progress because everybody still wants to go on this standard of their own belief when
Well, you
But
know
everybody is
that's
what?
different.
Well,
Hold
I
on,
but
think
that's
I
hold on,
think that
ladies. Hold on one
everybody.
second. Hold on, ladies. I want to tell you this, Chanel. Do you know just you how you are? You're a pioneer for your generation. You're
mhm,
talking to three women that we all come from the Generation X. We know
mhm.
what it looks like when the government decides and the community decides. And when I say government, I'm not just talking about federal, I'm talking about the city, I'm talking about the state. When they just decide we don't give a fuck about the poor people, we don't care about the working poor. This is all about what's going in my pockets. One of the poorest cities, one of the poorest states in the world, in the country, is Mississippi, right?
Right.
They gave Brett Favre, and if you don't know who that is, look it up. They gave Brett
I know
Favre
who that is.
$8 million. $8 million. You know how poor people are in Mississippi. You can go to parts of Mississippi and it look like the little African stuff that they be showing on TV.
Hmm. And let's not talk about West Virginia, how that's been so devastated.
Girl,
It's not even funny.
please.
Oh,
And
West
see,
Virginia is the Oregon Trail, and I come from Oregon.
girl, listen. I
Okay,
used
Mm,
to I used to love playing that, but I will tell you,
girl.
ladies,
but it's
this.
so beautiful there, and it's beautiful in West Virginia. I
Yeah,
gotta
it
say
is.
that.
We
Mhm.
lived there. I lived there. I lived in West Virginia.
I lived in Virginia
That's so funny. Me
And see, that's where
too.
I'm at.
and the
I'm at.
DC
I'm
metro
in
area,
Virginia.
all that. I lived
I'm
there,
So,
in.
so yeah.
I'm
But
in
I
the
was gonna
Hampton
also
Roads
say,
area.
Chanel, that just real quick, that I don't I everybody's every okay, so sacred text is sacred. And even in the Bible, there are it's it's just like words, it vibrates, like I was talking about hope, I keep on saying it wrong. Hope,
Hopopono.
hope, yes, that is their words.
I
So
think
there
you
are
trying to
words that,
say people are hoes, and you're gonna have to stop that on
you
my
know what,
channel.
I ain't gonna go there with you today.
You go
But I
take a
was but
nap in
all
the
I just
corner,
want to
ma'am.
say real quickly is that it's the organized religion in the rules and the regulations, because you can use affirmations, you can use the words in the Bible, you can use just herbs and all types of things to administrate spirituality or whatever your belief system is, and it's all gonna qualify, you know
Hmm.
but it's the organization of them administrating the rules and regulations on how spirituality is supposed to be governed. That's the problem, because it's a personal thing. I believe in the laws of nature, and I believe if you go by that, and it's whatever you subscribe to, because I'm not even going to put
Well, it's like it's
I'm not going
fellowship.
to put that. It's
Hmm.
That's
fellowship.
it.
The corporation is,
Cause,
but it's the
No,
rules.
no, I'm saying like what we
cause.
need is fellowship, spiritual
Yeah, everyone
fellowship,
needs to
and
Oh,
that's
share
you mean
it.
like my little spirituality
share their
class that I
own.
do on
Yes,
Mondays?
I love your
Yes,
class. And you know what? Here's what I'd love to do. Do you ladies
Hmm.
have Clubhouse?
I do.
Hmm.
You have Clubhouse
I do
Purple?
too.
Did you
Yeah, I
find
do.
me? I'm on there under
Oh,
chocolate.
I gotta look you up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look
I
me
have.
up.
yeah.
Chanel, do you have Clubhouse?
Yeah.
Okay, find me. I'm on there. I'll tell you exactly who I am. And the reason I say Clubhouse is because I really would like to have a deeper conversation that you
Yeah,
can't
I would
have
love to do
here
it.
on
Yes.
YouTube.
Yeah, because there's
Because
stuff like
there,
even
look, I
African
have already
folklore.
put, listen, y'all,
Girl, I'm going in. Just
I have,
even you. Yeah. Go ahead, hon.
I love your excitement. You know I
I know
do.
I do. I know I know.
Um, the thing about it is the reason I say that is because I want to bring together a small group of us And if it's all women, it's all women. I really don't care. I want us to be, I want us to protect ourselves. And that goes for every woman, whether you straight, gay, queer, trans, I don't care. What I care about is if it's a woman's only spa first out the gate, it is what it is. But that's why I said this first amount of space are going to be for the initial. You know what I'm saying? Like the people who want to be there, and even if you don't, you'll have somewhere to stay when you come. And I want to purchase property all up and down the West. And I just want to throw out that this is how the Black Panthers started. Now, I ain't trying to be the Black Panthers, but I'm saying like it doesn't, like Purple said, it doesn't take a lot of people to get things done. And yes, it's a cliche, but if you build it, people will come. I mean, we see it all the time. A bit.
Absolutely.
So it's like I really, you guys have no idea the
I just
inspiration you've
found you, by the
given.
way,
Okay,
Chocolate.
cool. Let me go in here.
Okay.
And let me go in here and find you. And like I said, I don't sleep. So whenever y'all want to
Yeah.
get it in, I'm all
Yeah.
for it.
You need to
Because
get
I'm all
that
for
sleep,
it.
honey, because
I am.
get
I go
that
to sleep
rest.
during the day. I'm a
Yeah, it's
And
vampire.
Chanel,
retrograde. It's
and
retrograde.
Chanel,
This.
Because we doing because we gonna have to, I wanna, tell everybody and teach, and I don't know, you guys probably even know about active imagination and
oh yeah, I deal
with
with
Carl
Neville
Young,
Goddard,
girl.
Dr. Joseph Murphy, all of those
But
folks.
see, here's the
Yeah.
thing, like
Mhm.
we can have our own spiritual school and then we can
Yeah,
have regular school. You know what I'm like?
cause,
Girl, I have that.
It just
yeah,
blows my
cause I
mind
was
that,
All of it.
I was
yeah.
going to tell Chanel I'm a spiritual advisor as well in my tribe. So I deal with people from all walks of life, and you can be unified because it's
Well, Jesus.
religions don't have to separate you. You can do things from an intention because, like I was talking about the story earlier, where all the different spirituality communities came out to support us when we were being attacked by the hate group church that loves to go around and sue people. Everybody came out in response, and we had people that was witches, um, whatever you can think of, basically came out in support of us and stood there with us to make sure that we were able to enter into our church without there enter into the Messianic synagogue without there being an issue. And this was everybody. And that was the beautiful thing that I loved about it. The reason why I teach the class that I do is because the stuff that I teach, no matter your walk of life, it is beneficial to you. Knowing that your thoughts and your words is creating your reality, so you need to be mindful of those things, is extremely powerful and impactful because it doesn't not only affect you, it affects those around you because you can do things to assist other people around you. Just like I had told Chocolate Earth that I was manifesting on her behalf that she would get the money she wanted for her properties. These are things that we can do to support one another. Everybody can't be on the front line. There are people who are going to be doing the spiritual side of things, while other people are doing things in the 3D. And we can cultivate both of those things so you're getting the full benefit of being whole and complete. Because you not only need 3D, you need the spiritual aspect, especially since things come out of the unseen into the seen. So you definitely want to be able to put your seeds in the unseen and have the harvest come into the 3D.
And I want to make sure that your generation, Chanel,
Mhm.
and for your children, you guys have something to hold on to and that you can pass on. This is about passing. We don't know when the world is ending. They've been saying the world was ending since they learned how to read. So it's like until that happens, I'm not gonna sit around and wait. Oh, I'm gonna wait for the rapture. Listen, we still have to live, and people are losing their lives for no reason other than the fact that they are unprotected. They have nowhere to go. Like I said, if we don't have places for women who are in domestic situations to go. We tell people, oh, you need to leave, you need to leave. There's shelters. There's no shelters. after the pandemic, that killed a lot of that. Money is gone. They're the whether cities and states want to tell you, that's why they was getting them PPP loans too. You feel me?
And not
Oh
only
wait,
that,
Purple. Hold on real quick.
I'm
What's your
sorry.
name on here? Oh, I found you.
Yeah.
Purple
Now,
Lover. Is it two? No, it's just one. Hold on. Put it
you
in the
should
back
be.
chat because it didn't come up for
Child,
me.
look, I gotta look and see. Cause I ain't been on
there in a minute. But
my
I
stuff for so
want to
long.
say that your intentions and your faith and your direction really, make a big difference on your outcome of your life and what you want to manifest. And I think that was dope when that Purple was talking about how all the different spiritual, just spiritual or groups came together to support you, because it is really, I think that along with having the technology, having the plan, having a government, having everything written out and building that, the spiritual part, just blessing the blessing the endeavor, with however you want, just even the personal development, all of that is so important. And everything starts with thoughts and words and
Right. They
intention,
act like this
and
stuff, and
you gotta go there for them. It's just like
yes.
the story of of Oshun, when they said that they didn't think they needed spirituality and love, and she
Mhm.
sat on the moon, and what happened?
I
All the
love
things
Oshun
dried up.
Senji.
All the things dried up. All the food, they couldn't grow no food. They couldn't do none of that until they came back and apologized, and she said okay, and she came back down, and she was like, don't let it happen again. So and everything started to grow. But so basically all that, we need the divine feminine, the divine masculine. We need intentions. We need all of it, all of that. We need a plan. We need security. We need to feel safe. I think that should be our first. Feeling safe, I would say, what I teach my daughters and what I am trying to live by is safety first. Safety, feeling safe, being able to express myself,
Yes.
able
And
to
be able to do the
create
simple
everything.
things. Let
Yeah,
your babies go to the park. You know what
right.
And
I'm
which
saying?
one?
Even just expressing myself, even having my own beliefs and not being condemned because I'm not a Christian or because I'm not a Muslim or because, you know what I mean?
Those
All of
are
that.
all titles, and you don't have to
Hmm.
carry any
I'm
of
just
them.
me.
So,
I'm just
Right.
me.
Chocolate, I know you say you're doing background checks. So, I also have another question.
Yes,
Are
babe.
drug addicts going to be allowed? Because I know a lot of people, there are a lot of homeless people, unfortunately, and I know a large population are homeless because either mental issue or drug issue. And this is like the
What
main
I
issue of
Yeah.
homelessness. And
Well, not
would you
every
invite
homeless. Yeah.
addicts inside the community?
Once I had a place where they could get clean.
Yeah,
Once
not
I had a
before.
facility that could let them be housed as well as get the help that they need. I'm very realistic. Yes, there's going to be sections of the community, just like any other city or community or town. You got, your grocery stores over there. You got this over there. So I want to make it where it's accessible and available, and pretty much we can do everything we need to do in our community. If I'm gonna be honest with you. I I dabble in the herbs, so I don't judge unless it's something like I don't do anything stronger than that. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
that's what I'm
saying?
talking about.
Like,
Like, what are the lines? Like, where do you draw the line?
well,
Because
I'm gonna, like I said before, at first, it's gonna be people like us, those of us who can
yeah,
get things started. And like I said, I believe that we could probably, my goal, in the name, um, once I got this popped and get on the property, have my nonprofit status approved, that money that'll come in will allow me to buy land up quickly. And then it's a process of what you do first is you bring the builders, you bring the health, you bring the teachers, you bring the staples of the community, and then as you're housing people, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't want people coming and there's no doctor to go to, there's
Yeah.
no emergency to go to, and we already got a volunteer for a nurse. So and here's what I was trying to explain earlier: us taking care of ourselves, the government looks like that, it looks at it as a plus because we still are paying into the system. That's the part that I don't understand why, and I'm just going there for a hot second, why men feel it necessary to talk about Tinder or to talk about the money. Nobody is saying we about to start selling rubles. What are you talking about? Of course we're going to be a part of the system just like every other community. I want to show you ladies something real quick, and then I'm gonna say good night, because of course I do need to go to sleep, but I appreciate y'all so much. You have no idea. I cannot wait for us all to get together in person and eat and laugh and have a good time, because y'all all got a seat at my table, I'm telling you. And so let me show you. I'm about to share my screen, so hold on. You guys can talk. I'm a mute and I'll be back.
Well, I definitely appreciate that, but that's why I wanted
Yeah,
to
definitely
share what.
from the back because I definitely want to connect with you because I'm
Yes,
right now being a student of just what's been resonating with me, what's been calling me, just man, like I was telling you, just all of
yes,
these spiritual systems that just really have been
because
integrated in
here's
my
the
life that I know and just becoming rediscovering me and a part of me that I didn't know. And just even with just the intentions and the faith in your direction, it's led me to so many different, just African folklore,
because
the
what is
Hawaiian, everything. Huh?
yes, what is funny with me is I've been having different deities show up for their followers.
Say it
Like
again.
I've had different deities to show up to me for their
Yes.
followers.
Yes.
Like when I found out about Oshun, it was the day before I met one of Oshun's followers,
Wow, that's interesting.
and
Now
that
I
has
didn't
happened a lot.
now I didn't get your I wanna I'm gonna get with you
Oh,
after.
sure.
Put your information in there. I had a couple of questions to ask you. But
Oh,
okay.
this is going to be fun because this is the stuff I love.
Girl.
So
All
hold
right,
on,
ladies. Can you guys hear
I
me?
would, yeah, I'll give you my Instagram and I'll give you my number that you can call me.
Okay.
Okay.
I,
What
I
I'm
is
late
want
out.
I wanted to show you guys this lady that I came across on on YouTube. Well, actually, it was Instagram, and I went to YouTube to get more information. And it's just a minute. I just want to show you guys what this black woman did. Wow. And let me know if you hear it, because I'm gonna have to work on my sound system. All right, here we go. Can you hear it? Can everybody hear it?
I can't hear anything right now on my end.
You gotta play it.
Hold on. I did play it, but hold on.
Oh no.
I can hear very, very little. It's very faint in my
Put
headphones.
your put y'all's head oh put your headphones on, y'all. Let me turn this up.
Yeah, I got my headphones on. I think it's something
It's just okay, so you have to not breathe
on
and
your
listen.
end.
I'm just playing. But
No,
hold
she
on.
did. She said you have to not breathe and listen. I cannot.
Hold on. Y'all know I'm out to lunch. Hold on. All right, guys, can you hear me okay? I'm gonna try to play this super, super loud.
I'm here in Highland Park, Michigan. Highland Park is a city inside of Detroit. It's a very small city inside of Detroit. We have a lot of life. Our schools are closed. Our library is closed. So I had this idea about building a building. It was in my heart. It was just born.
I can't hear anything, Chocolate. I'm not breathing.
That is so
I had to stop
ridiculous.
eating to barely hear what it was saying.
Oh,
Yes.
because I'm tripping. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Listen, I'm new to it. I'm sorry. I'm working on it. I promise. Hold on. Okay, how about that? Can you hear that?
No.
No, it's
Okay, well, I'm gonna
negligible.
just tell you. So anyway, I'm gonna just tell you. So then, and you guys can. I'll put the link in the chat. So
You can just send me the link and I'll do it.
Oh, okay, baby. Yeah, here. Let's do it. Thank you. I'm old. Listen, I got a lot on my mind, girl. Thank you for the offer. All right, here you go.
Put it in the back chat, yeah.
I got it. See that right there? That's fire right there. She gonna come in and be like, boop, 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 get out of here. I have to watch her. But like Chanel, don't shoot people.
Girl, we're gonna have a firing squad. I'm ready.
Well, listen,
Can
I
you see it?
found
There you
not
go.
yet. Oh, okay. Let me add to the thing. Okay.
Can you hear that?
I'm here in Highland Park, Michigan. Highland Park is a
I
city
can
in
hear it.
a very
You can hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it too.
Okay, you want me to
Beautiful.
play it?
Yes. Thank you, baby. Go ahead.
small city inside of Detroit. We have a lot of blight. Our schools are closing. Our library is closed. So I had this idea about building a village. It was in my heart. It was just on me. We made this Kickstarter campaign to invite you to join us in building an eco-village right here in Highland Park in the heart of Detroit. We're beginning construction this summer on the Goddess Marketplace, an economic development initiative for women, the homework house for children, tennis, basketball, and volleyball courts, and a greenhouse to cafe food system. In Avalon Village, we'll have alternative business spaces and living spaces made out of shipping containers. They're in an abundance. Rent won't be high. The overhead won't be high.
There's also planned off-grid classrooms to teach young people and residents about everything that's going on here, and teaching them how these processes can grow and how they can benefit on a community-wide scale. We see a example of electricity and street lighting decentralized. We'd like to do the same things for water, sewerage.
The Avalon Village open market will be open on the weekends. Different artists, different wholesalers, store owners, if they want to do their tabletop businesses, just for a low fee, everything will keep circulated in the village. The homework house will provide a meal for the children after school, tutoring, as well as other programs and services that include GED, completion classes, summer camps, parenting skill courses, adult literacy, SAT and ACT tutoring, lectures, and more. We will have a greenhouse in Avalon Village. The people who are hungry in our community, they're able to work in the garden to be able to earn fresh fruits and vegetables for their families. Avalon Village will have a cafe. It's called the Blue Moon Cafe. The Blue Moon Cafe will feed the people healthy and holistic food that is grown from our own gardens. It will also have programs in it that will feed people who don't have a lot of money for food. The Avalon Village Healing House is a space where the community could learn how to heal themselves. We'll have yoga, anything that has to do with holistic medicine and holistic healing modalities. Avalon Village is going to be a beautiful space. It's going to be beautiful to the eyes. It's actually going to be a healing space. When people come to Avalon Village, they're going to feel different. When people come to Avalon Village, their eyes are going to be open to just a wonderful, calm, comfortable experience, harmonious, peaceful. It's going to smell good. It's going to look good. You're going to be getting something out of it. You're going to be learning how to basically be more empowered.
It's a place where activists and media makers and futurists and all these people can come together and share ideas. It's a safe space. It's a collaborative space. It's a community space.
I even met Alex Ebert of Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros,
It was like he had a piece of what we were doing. I had a piece of what we were doing, and it just kind of came together. When my son died, he got hit by a car. His name was Jacoby Ra. He was killed by a hit and run driver. And that right there, that happening, that like changed my life. I felt that I really didn't have anything else to lose after that. So I could just go ahead, and I just felt this strong energy behind me to do it. And also the energy that it will be done too. I had that energy. And so I built the park so that it could be a lasting memory of him, something tangible, something that I could actually work in, something that I can do, something that I can help to create. And I created it for the people.
Oh, I forgot to say, fair
The Moon
use,
Ministry is an
educational
organization that
purposes.
serves the people here in Highland Park and its surrounding areas. We feed people who are hungry. We do classes for the youth here. We do different programs, hood camp for the youth. We give out fresh fruits and vegetables to low-income families, give out school supplies. It's a lot of things. We do a lot of activities here. Avalon Village is spiritually sound. The foundation is tight. The paperwork is in order. The land is in order. We have people who are on board to help us, who want to see it become. And we need your donations to help it become a reality. We need for Avalon Village to exist. We need loot, okay? We need loot to make this happen. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm trying not to be real. It's
Can you
time to
pause
birth
it
this
for me,
baby.
Chanel?
Avalon Village.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Look, this woman is amazing. I want to meet her and hopefully work with her. Now, this was 6 years ago. I have one more that I wanted to show you. It's an update to what they were doing. But as you can see, she just took a block and made that pop off. So, and you saw that there were all different types of people assisting her. Persuasions. Persuasions. All right, here go the last one. Thank y'all, ladies.
As CW50's April Morton shows us, for one Highland Park woman, that means overcoming heartbreak with hope and turning blight into beauty.
For many years, the city of Highland Park has gotten a bad rep, known for abandonment and blight. But where most people saw hopelessness, one lifelong resident sees a beautiful future.
I said, I'm gonna bring my ministry over here, and we're gonna work on this block and create something beautiful for the children and the community.
And that's exactly what Mama Shu, as she's affectionately known as, set out to do. The vision of transforming this block into an area now known as Avalon Village came from a place of grief.
My 2-year-old, he got hit by a car in 2007. 6 months after he got killed, I bought the house.
And her 9-year journey to bring it all to fruition began. Today, there's a garden and community space in honor of Jacoby Ra, as well a village hall where community members can hold events and the homeless can seek shelter. To provide a safe and educational place for the youth, there is a STEM lab. And in 2021, through grants, this full basketball court was built. And the newest project, Mama Sue says, was 5 years in the making, is this homework house.
They can eat dinner. They can get their homework and assignments done. If their lights and gas and everything is cut off at their homes, if their family is struggling with some things, they're able to come here and take a shower. We have 3 showers.
Last year, while the homework house was in the process of opening, Mama Shu experienced another devastating loss. This time, her 23-year-old son was shot to death while protecting the space his mother was creating. She says a year to the date after he died, the house became official.
I'm like, son, you know you can get down from the heavens.
Through her loss, Mama Shu continues to grow her village. A playground and tennis courts expected to replace overgrown yards. The shipping container has been transformed to the Goddess Marketplace, selling goods from local women entrepreneurs. This summer, concerts will be held in the Jacoby Rock Garden, and it's all done in an eco space. The high tech solar streetlight serves as free Wi Fi for the neighborhood. She says this may have come from a place of pain, but it's helping her and a community heal.
I know that my children are physically not here, and I know that I'm their mother. I am Chinyelu. I am Jacoby Ra. I'm both of those boys. Those boys were me. So obviously we aren't dead.
Okay, I wanted to show y'all that and ask what y'all thought, and then we can wrap it up.
That was so beautiful and powerful.
I think it's unfortunate that even when we do decide to build and be better, it's usually our own people. Like her son did not deserve to be taken out by the same people he was trying to protect, and then it makes it even harder for us as women because it just makes us have to be stronger. We definitely have to get some type of gun certificates because I'm in Texas, so I can buy 10 guns if I wanted to
Well,
because I don't have
Arizona is open carry.
yeah
You don't
So is
have to.
Nevada.
Yeah,
yeah
so like it is the wild wild west. That's why
yeah
I am heading back that way.
Yep.
And to your point, Chanel, yes,
because we're building peace in a world of chaos
well
and
that's always been the case, sweetheart. That's
And
always been the
quickly,
case.
yeah, and then quickly, I want to say this just really quick. I think what she's doing is absolutely beautiful and
yes
just fantastic. And just to quickly comment on Black people being targeted by other Black people that they're trying to help, let's just say this really quick. When the whole Cynthia G and Umar conversation, and Umar was talking about Black people this, and Black men this, Black men that, what he failed to say was, when he first started getting popular, a Black man is the one that was calling and questioning about his degree and
right
questioning about, and he basically said that this is what he was saying, that his people are the ones that want to critique him, want to figure out, is he a real doctor? So this is a phenomenon that always happens in our community. And I just wanted to the reason why I brought that up is because I was thinking about that when he was like soulfully defending that conversation, because, and I don't want to go back and forth about it or anything, like when they're going back and forth. I just feel that that's just something that we have to understand, that it's a we thing. It's a we thing, and we are harder on ourselves more so than other people a lot of the times.
yes
And that's regardless of how we're trying to help or whatever we're trying to do. That's just really what it is.
And the one thing I will say too, unfortunately, she didn't have protection. That's one thing we ain't even doing without that. Like, and I'm talking about
hmm
patrol. There's plenty of women and men who like to play rent a cop. You know what I mean? So if they want to patrol at night, you have insomniacs, you got different people who want to do different things. And that's why, again, the application process, I don't want to do that by myself. That's exactly why I wanted to
right
invite you ladies um to be on my board. Like, I, Heart of Inspiration is already there. I invite all three of you. I would love to have you on it, to make decisions so that we have a objective and all well-rounded look at how we present as far as what people should and shouldn't do. um and I think it's necessary. Like I said, there's a whole town, I can't remember the town, there's all nothing but Black female judges. So I'm over the, oh, women this, women, hey, if you think small, you'll be small. And that's what I believe. I found one more thing and then I gotta go. And this is for you, Chanel. Put this in real quick. Fair use, educational purposes only. Thank you, Purple. Because I think that part of it, like Purple brings that spiritual piece to it. You bring that young fire. Um, which one is just fire, period? Just a ball of fire and talent. And and we are not women that are easily moved. You know what I'm saying? Like it's you're not gonna be convinced by the la la and the craziness. All right, here we go. Then I'm gonna go to bed for real. Like I love it. Okay, here we go.
Rifle and bullet combination.
I might have to edit this one. I might have
660
to blow it out.
grain, 50 cal,
Pause
buried
this right here.
ammunition.
So we're gonna fast forward through it. So why I found this video for you is I want you to see what an earth wall, what it will do if somebody tries to shoot into it. Okay, go ahead.
Peel the outside skin off of it.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Whoa.
I just lost my pencil. That's it. That's the end of it.
Go back.
Right
Yeah.
there.
Go back
I
a little
figured to
bit.
get a little bit more. That's about from 100.
Let's see. Okay, here we go. Did he do it already? Go back a little further. I guess they're gonna do it. I guess they do it like a
50 cal, buried ammunition to be fired at an Earthco mega block.
You all ready?
We're ready when you are.
Now you can fast forward if you like.
Okay. You're going to retrieve our bullet. Can you see it? It bounced out, didn't it, this time? There it is right there. It jumped out.
All right, you can pause it.
Go ahead and see if you're...
Like I said, with what the building ability that is available to us, along with the technology, we can protect ourselves very well. So that's it. That's me. I'm so thankful y'all came. I had such a good time with you guys, like always.
Thank you.
I'll definitely will do this again.
It was truly a pleasure. And you see, I was on my best behavior. I didn't pick on you.
Wait, say that again, Purple. You said it so fast.
I said, and as you can see, I was on my best behavior. I didn't pick on you tonight. I was good.
Yes, you did. You
And I was on my best behavior too. I did not get upset at me at homeboy like I did last time, right?
That's because I got look. We go. I tried to be nice, but we're gonna have to keep it to a minimum because I don't want to get into those conversations anymore.
Me neither. I don't
when
either.
people
I
want to
had
go
to pray
down,
about that.
yeah, when people want
I
to
was
go down
like,
those roads, I can't do it. Like,
Yeah,
right.
I don't have the patience for the disempowerment
no,
conversations.
no.
There's
Yeah,
been
it's
enough
like
of
That's
those.
it. That's
it's like
it.
when we're
And it was
talking
just
about
really
moving
about that.
forward. Yeah, we talk about moving forward and bettering the community, and somebody detracts the conversation and go back, well, this happened. And then, well, we need to forget what happened and figure out what we're gonna do because what has happened has stopped us from figuring out what we have to do. And usually when we get in those conversations, they're not ready to open up that can of worms. So we should just keep it pushing at this point.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
he
that's
just
what
was like he
Absolutely.
was commenting on just something that had to do with the black community that he knew nothing about, and he just didn't qualify, and that's just really it.
Yeah.
well, like I said, I
This
used to
I'm talking about
tell,
our last
yeah,
conversation. He just didn't
yeah.
qualify to talk
Agree.
about that.
And
Yeah,
that's
Because my
it.
whole
I
thing
wasn't
is,
attacking. I'm just tired of people
I
like
know,
saying
I
all
know,
these
baby.
accolades, but they don't have any connection to the accolade. You can't say, well, those Mexicans are building, but
They
you're
get
not even
offended.
building.
They got offended immediately, and I'm like,
Yeah,
what are
and
you
we're trying to
talking
build.
about? What are you talking
because
about? Nobody is saying that men haven't done anything, but you haven't
Right.
done enough. It's not
Yeah,
good enough. You know
we're
what I
not
mean? And
saved.
you should look around and be like, okay, this isn't good enough. But y'all don't do that.
Right,
Are
and
you
these are
talking about the white guy? Because that's who I was talking about.
Oh no,
Mm-hmm.
there was a
We were talking
brother.
about both,
Yeah, there
actually.
was
Okay,
a
because I
brother
wasn't
that
on when
came
the
up
brother
to
was
I
it.
on. I
kind of
was
got
on
Yeah.
with the white guy.
I got offended when he was talking about the Bloods and Crips because especially coming
Yes.
from a white person, when
I
they
knew
come
you
in the
was
community, they love getting street cred. They want to say, "Oh, Crips and
ah
Bloods, Crips and Bloods," but they don't
well,
understand that those are brothers killing brothers, and that is our main problem
and
in this
that's what's so
community.
scary is
Yeah, he
that
doesn't
Yes,
even
this
qualify for that
man just in
conversation.
Avalon
but it,
Ranch, her own son was gunned down by
yeah,
another,
yeah.
probably a gang member, and that's a
Well,
big
because that's
problem.
Detroit. That is Detroit. And
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
that's not nothing
what
to play
she's
about.
doing is beautiful. However, no, I don't want to do that. And once,
Hmm.
once the funds come in and I can assist in that way, then fine. But my first what's the word? My first rule of thumb is we need to get
Right.
out of the spaces that we're in. But
Right.
the
And
only
Exactly.
that's
And we
one
have
thing. Can I say one thing real quick? That's
sure.
another thing. I don't want that to be the norm. So I love the fact that you are, you got the land in Arizona
You
in
can
a
say
place where,
we, honey. I don't. It's a we. I can't do
okay,
this by
yeah,
myself.
we got the land that is outside of that community because I don't want.
Right.
I feel like just in sometimes the black community we normalize dysfunction
We
and
tired
we
of niggas.
normalize,
Just say
you
it.
know, just we normalize violence, and I don't think that has to be our norm, and that's
Yeah.
why I've been praying, and that's why I just spiritually downloads. Just we don't have to have that be the same scenario. I don't want that to be my legacy. I don't want to
and
come
to
from that.
But
So yeah,
and to
sisters,
that's good to
piggy
think of
know.
it. Our spiritual, it's sad that our own spiritualists, like our ancestors in the universe, has to give us these downloads as women because they know that we're in a state of emergency.
Oh,
They
we
know
definitely
that we
are.
need to do something
Mhm.
now because if they weren't giving the other people the downloads, they would have been doing it. But we have gotten the downloads and we are doing it. And I think it's just sad that even through us, practicing our own spiritualism, it's looked down upon. People call us witches and all this, but I don't even
Yeah, they
do nothing.
do.
I don't do nothing. I don't have no pots. I don't stir no hair. I don't burn
Listen,
nothing.
I
You
honey,
do.
know,
they've been doing that. They
I just have a faith within myself. Like,
I'ma get
girl.
you. I'ma get you a pot.
Okay, we
I'ma
can talk
get
about
you.
But
that.
I'm unapologetically me, and what the whole
Hello,
I
thing
do
of
it
yes.
the
all,
matter,
baby. I do it all. But
Yeah.
and
but I
what the
feel that
whole
that's our prerogative.
what I think the whole thing of it is, like I said earlier, what you give your focus and attention to, you create more of. That's why you have people sitting on panels and they've been
Right.
talking about the same crap for over 5 years
Right.
because instead of radically changing their mind and shifting their focus and attention, they're still talking about the same freaking problem.
Right.
Yeah.
And you
While
have to
people was
be
building
solution oriented. You
Right.
can't stay stuck on the
Chocolate
problem.
Earth, I know that you're real quick.
Yeah,
I'm
babe.
really interested in that the electricity that they got, the solar lights.
Right.
I know you've already probably got information on that,
No,
but
that's
I
Right.
want.
okay. But yes,
Yeah, I know
exactly.
you have. So that because I like I like tech. So I
I
want to
do.
know. I want to know about that
She
room so
like,
we
I
can have
want
that
to read it.
conversation.
Yes, we should
Yes.
Yeah,
hold
you know me.
seminars.
I'm like,
Yeah, we should
oh,
hold
I like
seminars to
that.
teach people.
Well, you
Is
know
Because
it
I
what
was
I
the well?
also
did?
thinking
Did she
about the
say
man
that
in
she had
Texas
a
with the water
Did
from
she
the
say she
air.
had the well? Because we remember I was talking about how those cities had their own well. Did she say that? Didn't he say that? Something about that?
Yeah, yeah. There
Yes,
are
I'm
there
telling
are
you.
pieces of property. There's
Oh
water.
man.
So, like for instance, blah, 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 in the property I purchased, it has water like 200 or something feet underneath. That's not that far. The most expensive thing you would have to do, and
Is digging,
oh God, what she tell me? The
changing the
no,
salt
the
water
zoning.
into
Oh
filtering
no, not
salt
that.
water.
The
Oh,
lady. Oh shoot, the planning and zoning. right? So I'm
Yeah.
talking to these people, and they were like so nice and gave me so much information because she was like, yeah, you can dig your own well because the land is what they call a general. So that means it's unrestricted. There's no like time set on how quickly you build. We can have a whole fleet of RVs up there if that's what we wanted to do at
Girl.
first.
And then those
So
container houses, what are you talking about? Those are, man, oh, girl,
and
Not
it's
only
like,
I'm
that,
so
they
excited.
me
they were
too.
talking about the water shortage issue, and that black man came up with the ability to get water out of the air.
But did nobody want to
Yeah.
give him the money, or like he
But
would be a
they
person
did, and they
that
tried to sabotage it a couple times.
that's why I
Mm-hmm.
said you got to get out of
And
the city. Like we can't do this in the city.
uh-huh.
It's just
And
not
he
gonna
also
happen.
had. Did you know he's also basically is giving it away to different cities? That
Yeah.
he's having people that's funding him now. So
Good.
It's
if
gonna
you
be
develop your
taxed.
city,
I mean, not
then he
Well,
can come in with his
his
water
water.
thing
Well,
because
here's the
it's just all
thing.
that he's
technology.
doing.
It's all
Think about
Yeah,
it.
technology.
it's
It's all
freaking
doable.
amazing.
So
All
absolutely,
doable.
I'm
You
excited. I
can
am so
do
excited.
it. You can filter water. You can filter salt water. The reason they don't do it is because they don't want to pay for it. And that's all. That's it. Like I was telling my sister, I was like, I'm about to go get a boat, about to go get a glacier, and then I'm gonna bring it on down. And then there'd be the water company. Because I'm not playing around with these folks.
Nope.
Because see, they want to talk all that yin yang, but they're not discussing the fact that one of the
It can be
reasons there's a
done.
water shortage in the United States is because we're outsourcing our water to other people.
Well, and two,
Mhm.
It's
we're
leaving
digging,
the country.
but we're digging for oil, we're
Hmm.
digging for minerals, but there's plenty of water in the ground.
Yep.
Yes,
And so
like
for
there's no
people to
excuse.
say, yeah, it's no excuse. We shouldn't pay for water. It's free. Like what the heck? And like I said, it's all
The
about
land is the world
industry.
has more water on it. I mean, this
Hello? It's
planet is
covered with
more
water.
water. Yes.
Hmm.
So it's
And
like
about the
this.
children, in the
Yes.
educational, will you have a different type of form of education, or is it gonna still be like K through 12?
I
It's gonna be
have
what we gonna learn everything.
Yeah, cause
No,
we
I
do
like
live
chocolate
in
Earth.
it.
a.
She gonna have them. She gonna have them building greenhouses in third grade and stuff. You
Yes.
know.
Yes.
Please tell me
So
not to talk
Yes.
about Napoleon and white Jesus. Can we leave that out of the schools?
We
Nobody
could.
will we
We
listen,
ain't doing no
nobody
organized doctrine or no organized religion. None of the organized
so
religion.
Okay.
listen, here's
look, we're gonna have
We
Black
gonna take
Jesus
it
with the
all.
cornrows or the dreads.
Yeah, we gonna take
Girl.
everything, but it
you know,
ain't gonna
you
be.
know,
It's gonna
you
be
know we
whatever
gotta
No,
have
resonate with you.
look,
Whatever
we gotta have the black
with you.
Jesus for the nativity for Christmas every year.
But if we
you
gonna
know I'm
do
silly.
Black Jesus, we gonna have to do the Black Goddess. So
No,
because
here's
we
what
gonna
I'd
do
like to
all of
do.
it.
What I'd like to do is get to the place that the community is large enough that if you want to practice Christianity, there
You
you go.
can
You
do
got your
whatever
little
you
church,
want.
you got your little mosque, you got your little shalom, whatever
You
makes you
got your little
happy.
hoodoo castle.
Exactly. If you
That's right.
if you want to get
Wherever
over
floats your
there,
boat, baby.
exactly.
Girl.
So it's like to your point, to your question, Chanel. Yes, have I thought about how the school systems will be set up? Yes, I have. I do believe that it should go back to the way it was when I was in school. So you had elementary, you had pre-K all the way up to like third or fourth grade, something like
Fifth.
that.
Was it in
Yeah,
fifth?
I
And
think it
then
was
and
fifth.
then 6 through 8, and then
Right,
9 through 12. Right?
exactly. Yep.
That's how I did it.
And
Yeah.
then, but again, I want, teachers who want to teach. And this is why I said the reason why I say the more things we can produce is where the money comes that goes back into our school systems, our hospitals, our medical clinics, our health establishments, our water systems, our solar panels. It goes back into beautifying the community and making it as strong as possible. I want trades to be offered. I want young men, if they're trying to find a way, you know what I'm saying? We have a place for them as well. There are just too many parts, moving parts in our community that we can't continue to ignore and then turn around and say, well, our future, our future. First of all, if we don't take care of them, we're not gonna have a future. Who gonna take care of what we need when we get old and grizzly? And
Why
so
gotta be old and grizzly though?
why you gotta worry about it? It's old and grizzly. That's it. That's all you
When we
getting.
hit the wall.
Don't make me come over there and pop your leg.
Listen, I feel like this. Sorry, I'm sorry. I scared my sister. I'm about to get off here. But I because I get so excited, you know what I'm saying? And being around, other people, being around you guys, it is exciting. I am uplifted. I am the energy that I get. It is a beautiful thing, and I don't want to waste that. A lot of people question, who I am as a human being. Well, once you know my story, you'll understand. Now, do I want to tell the whole story? I don't know. I'm still up in the air with that. But as far as my love and care for the community, that's been something that I've had in my heart since I was a kid. I was a kid. And so that's why, you know, I want us to be inclusive of all black Autumn said, which one said goodnight? Um and so it's like to have that opportunity to see it come to fruition, it it'll it should be what it should be, where we are laughing and having a good time. And when you get up in the morning, you're like, hey, what you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, I miss that. Now, yes, it was in poor circumstances, but our community was tight. Our community was one. And that was something that um you know that is something that it's important. And I want that to be something that not only I want to show my brother that it's possible to live another way. I want to show my nephews that it's possible to live another way. I have been given the gift of my brother and sister that has, they don't have to stick by me. They are old enough to go off and do their thing, but it's like it's safer in numbers. And we get along and we like each other a little bit. So that makes all the difference too. And so that's why I'm family oriented, so to speak. And yes, I'm a caretaker. And yes, I love helping people. But I have learned, I put myself first. Because if I'm not strong, I can't help anyone. So it's like, yeah, yeah, let's go. I want to go as far as we can go. Hold on real quick. I thought she left. Did you leave?
I'm in
What
the
you
back.
All right,
I'm in the back. I'm
okay.
sorry. I just wanted to
It's
make
all
sure I
right.
left all of my contact information because I got
Well, I
accidentally
have
got
I have
choked up.
all of their information too. So we can, if it's not gotten here, I'll make sure they get it too.
Okay,
So
cool.
We can
yes,
hop on Clubhouse and run our mouths.
yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
can
can.
go. I don't care. I'm not look, I'm gonna get off here and say I'm sleeping and lay here, my eyes gonna be open. So
Right.
yeah, all right then, hit me up. Let's go. Cause we can make it
Hey,
pop.
You're gonna
I'm
have to
ready to
send
go
me
because I'm
another. You
already.
got to show me another. Send me another invite because I had some issues.
Why you always having
Seriously, I
issues?
did.
I'ma help you. Fine. You
Thank
were on
you.
there. You
See,
on
I
there
let's
with
know,
see.
but I
Let's
just
see.
wanted to.
Wow.
Who's Bougie Barbie?
Oh, that's my girl.
Oh, okay.
Hey girl, how you doing? Thank you for coming back. She's so sweet.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a text though.
All right, send me a text. I got your one.
Oh,
And yes, we did. We did talk about that. But
okay.
of course, it's about community. You
Bye,
know.
ladies. See you.
All right. Good
Bye.
night. Good
Bye.
night. My sister about to wring my neck. Hold on, y'all.
Ooh, you in
I
I'm
trouble?
can
in
run my mouth all
trouble.
night, but
Girl, listen. Let me go and add this child. Let me get out of here, out of this one. So okay. 10 minutes. Let's link up.
all right.
Okay.
I
I
followed you on Clubhouse. I think it's
I don't know. Hold on. It didn't
Let me see.
come. It didn't come through because I'm following Purple.
What's your name on there?
It's
Chocolate
Shakira.
Found
It's
Chocolate Earth Foundation, right?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Yeah.
No, you can. No, it's Shakira Janae.
Oh, Shakira Janae.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
a Chocolate Earth Foundation on here.
Yes, that's my member. So when y'all come in, I'll make sure you guys are members.
Okay. How is Janae spelled? Shakira
Janai.
Oh, I
J.
like that.
Thank you.
Okay, I got it.
Because you know what? That's my mom's middle name is Janae. So it's
Stop
spelled
it.
differently.
All right,
Yep.
ladies, let's get off here because we'll keep talking. Bougie,
Alright.
we're gonna be back. Good night. Thank you. Please like, please share, and we'll be back again. Thank y'all so much. Good night. And again, I really appreciate everybody coming by. I appreciate everybody's words and input, whether we agreed or disagreed. And many blessings to you all. Good night.